subscribed for 6 months.
Appreciate you, thank you.
RPR love less than 3.
Comma a fucking year, let's go. Welcome back.
Com4vo just resubscribed for 12 months. 1 year's punk.
Imby 6 months, welcome back. Welcome everyone. You guys, new fucking we got a new brother as well this morning, I figured out. I spoke with the La Mama a little bit today, and I told Lam my plans for the debut, and he was like, what the fuck? He was like, what the fuck is that? That's crazy. What's up, Neil? Yeah, Lam was very surprised.
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you,
I
Imby, for
just
subscribing.
resubscribed for 6 months. RPR kiss.
And there's some shit out in the works.
Shut the fuck up!
Mofu. Thank you for giving tier 1 to Momo. Appreciate you. Arigato. There's some shit out in the works, chat, for later this year. That's going to be absolutely insane. Obviously, I told you guys we're doing original songs this year, right? And I already secured a producer, which I will announce the producer on the debut day. When I debut, I will announce who the producer is. And it's a really big producer. You guys will not expect it. It's a high quality, like, you know. Ask Chad for months. Welcome back.
Resubscribed for 4 months. RPR love.
But on top of that, I'm doing something in the background that is connected to originals that will hopefully, you know, allow me to keep doing the originals for a while. Because plan is to do 7 for now.
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you, Fado, for 6 months.
Just resubscribed for 6 months. 6 months of lose winning jam balls. Pogo, loved all the content.
Thank you, man.
Dankovitz a
Welcome back.
flashbang RPR love.
Yeah, plan is to do 7 original songs. And we already have a producer for the first 2. But those original songs are connected to something that I can't announce yet. And I'm also trying to do something in the background in regards to those originals. It's like an EP, yeah.
Shut the fuck up!
Randy24 just resubscribed
ban
for
this
7
kid,
months.
holy shit.
My sprinkler goes like this.
Thank you so much, Sandy. Welcome back.
Comes back like.
So it will be an EP, yes.
L underscore. L underscore. L underscore.
He's so
L
stupid,
underscore.
man.
L underscore. Hi fruit. Thank you for your channel and hope you're happy. ORPR. Hi thanks.
Look at this fucking idiot, man. Thank you so much, Sandy. So fucking stupid. Holy shit. Anyway, it will be what was I saying? 7 fucking originals, yes, that are connected to something, and currently I'm trying to work it so that we are being represented by someone that has a better idea of how the music shit works. And I said we, so you guys deduct whatever you want for
Shut
that.
the fuck up!
Whoever, thank you for gifting tier 1, appreciate you. Basically, it will be a duo group with me and someone. A male duo group. All day and then I wake up, work all day. No, it's not gonna be Manda or Tashin. They're not really interested in that shit. It's gonna be another VTuber. It will be a VTuber duo group. A VTuber duo group. And I already decided what I want to do for my next cover. So I'm gonna do that sometimes after a debut. What's up, Guma? Sometimes after the debut, I will do another cover that I wanted to do. Let me put some music on. Actually, I'm gonna just play Oliver Tree, man. I fucking love his music. Baby, you to divorce. I will not be turning low now. It'll be a song I wanna do. Nah, the person that I'm that's gonna be my duo, you guys probably have no idea who it is. And it's fine. It's better that way. Good morning, Penny. Good morning, Exotic. On and 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 on. I turn no, I'm not interested in that. I'll cover whatever the fuck I'm interested in. On and on and on and on. On and on and on and on and on, man. But yeah, we got another fucking brother, and he's also red and black. What is going on? What is happening? Nah, I don't plan to do turn low at all. I don't know. I don't really like that song. I only plan to cover songs that I personally like, because when you cover a song, you gotta like the fucking song. Sebastian, doing good, are you? Fuck, I didn't get it.
Lindero,
thank you for 3 months. Welcome back. No, but for real, you guys will not make me cover a song I don't want to cover. It's just not gonna happen. I will only cover songs that I feel like covering and that fit my voice. Build? Really? Oh shit. I watched my mouse pad yesterday, so I gotta get used to it again.
Shut the fuck up!
NK4694 just resubscribed for 4 months. Good morning, hope you have a good break. RPR.
Morning, NK. Welcome back for months. Hey, James. The fuck is this? Ow, the fucking charge rifle, really? What's up, Chen Lian? Do these guys even care about their points? It's good to watch your mousepad because after a while it will change its texture and then you won't be able to aim the same way. What's a blue car? Dude, what is up with the snipers, dude? When did you kill already? That's a different person. No way a 12-year-old schooled your ass. We're losing C, bro. I don't care. Oh yeah, there's been a lot of progress in the background. We also now, because I wanted a specific fucking reload. I wanted a specific soundtrack for my lore video. We now got like a different producer like helping out with the song for the lore video, so it sounds similar to what I wanted to do. No, fuck! I couldn't cancel. Why is my whole screen shaking with the drop lens? Like, dude, you want both weapons, you greedy bastard. Huh? No. What is happening? Are people gonna defend their base? Oh yeah, we lose B. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My port is still here, let's go. Jesus fucking rampage, bro. This is the headshots only though. Give me that. What the fuck is he doing? Fucking rampage user did just die. No way this guy fucking old. How the fuck are you dodging? Oh, running straight. Oh no. We had a whole corner, bro. Oh. Man just picking some shit up and then we're ready. Turn off your music. Oh, fuck. There. Why can't I hear them even though I muted voice?
Apex のチャンピオンとなりました。
Can I turn this shit off, like not be able to hear them? That would be sick. Is there a way to do that? Let me see. What's up, Josh? Friends only, bro. I just put it on friends only. Because, yeah. On and on and on. Da 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 da. Dude, I can't sit here without music, man. He's pissed. Fuck. How does he play without music? Just sitting here without music feel awkward and shit. Maybe RC. Dude, wow, this shit didn't change, man. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, just I played a little bit of Lost Ark, but not much, because when the queue time started being like 20k, I didn't have time to sit in queue for half an hour. Why am I spawned in fucking Narnia? Hello? What is this shit? They spawned me on a different map. Yeah, okay. And he's red and black as well for some reason. How the fuck would that happen? I have no idea. Dude, I didn't get it. Oh, I got it. Okay. Last time I did this, I kidnapped someone. Fuck. I really wanted to kidnap this fucking Caustic. Why is he playing Caustic, dude? Holy shit. Save me. Save me now. No, not the dead fucking sniper. Man, they really don't want to lose this point. I don't want to lose my life. Holy shit. Too faster. I cancelled my key. What the fuck is he doing in my spawn? Dude, fuck your mom, dude. He's gonna die. I'm getting spawn camped by a fucking charge up. Sick. They let you have a 6 times on this thing, dude. Holy shit. I'm gonna pick up the fucking charger. Actually. No fucking way that happened. Stupid. Come here, bitch. There's blood on me. Taking this from you. Alrighty. Motherfucker. He's up there with a fucking charge rifle, dude. Now I'm up here with a fucking charge rifle. What the fuck is this guy? What do you want? Perfect. Why did he put a 6 times on it? Is he a controller player? Controller is a controller player. Why else would he have a 2 to 4? Unless he doesn't know how to swap scopes, which is also possible. Look at him. Still on a charge rifle. Still on a charge rifle on his phone. Where is he? Dude, Lucas, what do you want from me? I'm Honestly, I don't care about winning. I just kind of want to ruin the Bloodhound's fucking game. Holy shit. That's it. Fuck. Did this guy fucking... Is that guy in my fucking solo queue games? Oh shit, oh shit, we won that. Look, Raber. Yes. Yes, and yes. Yes, and yes, baby. Whoa. What the fuck is this lag? Fuck, man. It's the same fucking Bloodhound with the same fucking charge after in his hand. What is he running now again? Oh, there's 10.
Shut the fuck up!
Now this Octane did. Dude, I can't hit him. Fuck. Take your time with ya. Welcome. Alright. You're still up. Oh my god, man. I fucking hate him, dude. Why is charge rifle a thing, dude? What is your movement? Somebody above me. The fucking charge rifle, Andy! No fucking way, bro! I need to prove a point. I need to prove a point here. I need to fucking prove a point. I have a point to prove. I have a fucking point to prove with a fucking charge rifle. Fuck. Look at him. This fucking idiot's been there for the entire fucking game. Now he's on a hemlock instead of a charge rifle. Who the fuck plays control but is afraid of fucking combat that fucking much? Holy shit. Oh no. Fuck. No way, dude. I'm so horny, dude. It's this fucking guy again, bro. Like this Pathfinder that I accidentally had in my solo queue matches earlier the other day. You know, he's accidentally in my control right now as well, right? So that's how it happened. What's up, baby? What a strange coincidence. Come on, what are you gonna hold the door for 10 years? What was your plan? Ooh. Old one. Wonder if that Kraber has bullets. Of course he doesn't. Fuck, I closed the door on myself. Give me that. What? How'd I get a fucking heal back? I had a fucking charge up, didn't I? Back in. Dude. How many nades do we have? Give me Kraber. No way, dude. No way, there's like 7 of them. This fucking guy, dude. Dude, there's no fun weapons to play, dude. They only give, like, there's only R9 and then everything else is ass. I'm good, Yidari. Also, I need to change this R9 skin. I don't like it anymore. I liked it for a bit anymore. Gave me the Kraber. I didn't even get Kraber, Luna. What? There we go. He gave me the Kraber in the end. He came back and he gave it to me. What a nice guy. What a nice guy, dude. What a nice guy. There is a 10-minute? What? Where? Oh shit, I got the Kraber reload. Let's go. Holy shit, what's happening here? Good answer, bro. Whoa, purple armor. Just sitting here. Cringed. Cringed. No. Where'd my bullet now go out? Fucking costly player, dude. What, you gonna just sit in that corner? Triangle. We lost. We lost Zulu. Cringe. Okay, let me change this shit.
Shut the fuck up.
Brandon Pendragon just resubscribed for
Yo,
2
Pendragon,
months.
welcome back.
Kesar Amayo RPR.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
thank
one,
you.
homie Nian Pellier Veo Naglov.
Thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. God, playing this game without music is ass. Where's man? He should be back already. Oh no, Kringe. Yeah, taking a look at.
回路を壊しに行きましょう。
Rough. Is man the back already? Can we play rank? Garrett. What's this map? I guess the gun changed. No, we didn't fucking change, man. Why? Fuck. It's me, Pecora. Come on, Joseph. But yeah, as you guys saw, I announced on Twitter there's gonna be a massive Among Us collab this Friday, but it's gonna be very late. It's gonna be 9 p.m. my time,
honey.
which is like really late for you guys.
ゾーン C が確保されました。
4 a.m. or some shit. But yeah, it's gonna be like I don't know, like 6-7 people from Niji, 6-7 indies, and then Cruton's End and Rishoujo.
ゾーン確保。
No, dude. My fucking mouse space. Hey, Emily. What time is it now? Almost 1 p.m. 12:35. Dude, how is this guy alive? How is he alive, dude? Okay. How the fuck am I? He's gonna strafe in one direction. I can't take him seriously. Jesus Christ. That guy's teleporting. Tanoric.
敵がゾーンを確保。
No, dude. How do you change the scopes? You middle click the gun you want to change it for. Is Manda still watching me? Can I switch? Can I put music on?
Shut the
Evening,
fuck
Edo.
up!
Daniel 5 months, welcome
Namawell
back.
just resubscribed for 5 months. Good evening,
Welcome back.
RPR and Chat Blatch.
Where is this guy? What is this audio, dude? Holy shit, the audio sucks. Showing cam. Is he playing my audio? No, okay, then I can play music. Perfect. Oh. There we go. What's up? How long is this, bro? Can hit this button. Or I can. Jesus, audio. Heard him last second. Oyun ikinci yeri. No fucking way I died to this. No fucking way I That's my fucking wingman, you owe it to me. Fuck, man. What is your luck, bro? Kabaku. It's gonna be strictly Apex until, well, minus the Among Us collab. Until, 30 this weekend. That's why. Gotta play Apex, Apex, Apex. Oh, you thought, huh? Nice. Dude, the cringe load with a fucking rocket. How did this guy just stick me? Like, hello? What world are we living? Oh, you want some? Holy shit, we got gold. Not done on Q. Come on, correct. Split 1 was not last month, no. It's been more than a month. Maybe, was it middle of last month? Yeah, it's been a while. Oops. Let go of my fucking wingman, bitch. Where's my wingman? There he is. Dude, fucking back. This Falcon's always just running at me and throwing rockets at me, bro. Holy shit. Why is the aim punch so fucking hardcore in this game, bro? It's a fucking space shooter game. Why do we need the aim punch? Holy shit, I get shot at just my whole fucking... I'm going through a fucking fucking moment in my fucking aim, dude. Holy shit. Jesus Christ, bro. We're fucking space soldiers. We're not fucking... We're not playing a realistic fucking shooter like Darkwood, where you need fucking... Shit. Todd, Pyre, like, fuck yourself. You go fuck yourself, dude. Fuck, I'm over here fucking trying to shoot my weapon and this guy's just fucking slamming me and I'm fucking losing all my aim because of a fucking... No! It just got... I'm fucking molding! It just disappeared on me. Like, look how much my screen is shaking there. Like, well, this is fucking stupid. Are you seriously chasing my ass? Are we seriously that cringe? What's the time? Man, there's no good weapons, bro. This sucks so much, man. How is your movement so fucking stupid? You're making zero fucking sense. Holy shit, man.
私のは磨かれていますが
This kid is just the best. He's got the best strafe I've ever seen in my life, and he doesn't know what he's doing.
ゾーン B が中立状態にされました
ゾーンが中立状態にされてどうってことないさ非中立状態にすればいいだけだからな
ゾーン C が
We won. We won.
ゾーンを中立状態にしたぜ
What's up, Bellwall? You know, like you're chilling. I'm down. I'm down. Where's my fucking teammate? Dude? I'm down. Wait, hold on, wait. Where's Mr. T? I have no idea. When I'm down, I'm down, I'm down. Dum 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 dum. All right. What the fuck do we do? Where's Monday? What is in the shop? Shit, 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 dog shit, shit, dog shit. Cool. He's setting it up now during the stream? Holy shit. Is he gonna come? Here we go. I'm not searching for a miracle. Woo. Yeah, it is, but I like it a lot. You're alive. Good for nothing. What is he doing, dude? What I do? We're playing out of fucking control. On and on and on.
止まらない、止められない。俺の足はそうできてるのさ。
鋭い視覚、優れた気力、無慈悲さ、この全てを備えていなければならないのです。
Fighter. What's up, Maggie?
注意していればゲームにランダムな要素はないと。
I want it. Honest. It's the same fucking weapons. This is so bad. Dude. You think I won't? Work all day and then I wake up. Can you try uno? Can you try it though? They want me to do this, so I'll do it. They want me to do this. They want me to do this. I didn't do this myself. They told me to do it. They told me to do it. Three? The fuck? It was a headshot as well. What the fuck is shooting at me? What do you want? I want to annoy that Mad Maggie so bad. Like that one dude over there. He seems to be so annoyed with me. It's this guy, dude. I just want him to be the victim, dude. Yeah, I'm waiting for the boys. I'm chilling. My team is on my back. Fuck. I couldn't pull hard enough. Hi, ZT. Oh, I don't care if we lose, bro. I'm having fun. Oh, this guy did. He hates me. Oh no, he hates me.
ガストラック設置完了。罠を設置。動きを待つ。
That Mad Maggie does not like me at all, man. Tell you that right now. No, dude, he's got the Mozam, dude. It's stronger on close range. Fuck, man. I'm gonna go back up there, dude. I'm going back up there. We actually play on the 27, not on the 26. Our group plays on 27. No, 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 no. Dude, Kraber just spawned in this bitch, huh? Why do they give you a purple RE level? This is the shit, man. This is my shit. Fuck, dude. Let me get all of these, dude. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh no. It's arcing time. It's arcing time. What? Wait, what? No, wait. Is he fucking blind? Holy shit. Motherfucker was blind. With wall hack, he's got Bloodhound ult popped, wall hack, and I'm red on his screen, and he couldn't see me. There go my fucking Kraber pistol. Oh, I didn't catch it. No, dude. Where's the purple armor? Oh, he took it, man. Let's go with my purple armor, bro. Fuck your dirty hands off the purple armor, man. Not have control of the movement. There's like 6 dudes up there. It's crazy. No, I will never lower my FOV. That shit's ass. What the fuck? I get motion sick from fucking what are they called? Life of Edith. I can't do that shit. Dude, is Manda here? Can we play the games? Look, are you waiting here for me? Like, what is your problem? Oh, this. Dude, holy shit! These guys are just waiting for me, bro. That's all they want. Can't see anything because of this A shit. I don't see anything. This game fast. Wow. I don't think so. Big A was me, was fucking up. Okay, let's go. We got B. He's out. Come on, Karin. Huh? How is that not a fucking headshot? Oh man, I was on his fucking head. My main before raid, it was always raid. My main was always raid. Into the dark and
エーペックスのチャンピオンとなりました。
I was in control, man. Oh. What is that shit coming?
I know I've been distant, and I know I barely listen. I think my head is in a tailspin. I think I've been a little selfish. Just try to understand, I don't mean to be this way. I've been towards you, another night of stress. That's what I do best. I feel it in my chest. Let me take a deep breath. Don't worry about me, cause I'll be fine. I got a lot of things running inside my mind. I need a little space, maybe a break sometimes, but I'll make it out alive and I'll be right by your side. And just hold my hand, that's all I need. When everything gets tough and I can't breathe, and everything just sucks and I can't sleep, but I'll make it out alive and I'll be right by your side again.
I need water. Come and go. Come on, banana. I'm gonna get water. Be back. Okay. I'm here. Back. What now? While we wait for him. What now? What do we do? YouTube? We can watch YouTube, I guess. What else are we gonna do? Fucking hell, everything open. Let's see. Let's see. Is it this one?
so many things to do when you arrive in Japan, so many choices. And the only question that remains is, where do you begin? That was unnecessarily dramatic, wasn't it? Might alienate new viewers? I'll roll with it, screw it.
Wow.
It's easy to arrive in Japan and feel somewhat spoilt for choice on where to start. So it got me thinking about all the different places and things you can do to kick off your trip. And I ended up going on Facebook and Twitter and asking viewers, when you come to Japan, what's the first thing that you want to do? Then after posting it, I went off into town for a bit, just, for a stroll, where I came across the greatest PlayStation game that you've probably never heard of. A game known only as Let's Go Bass Fishing. Can you imagine the sheer exhilaration and excitement of catching a digital bass? I mean, fuck, games consoles are practically made for simulations like that. Anyway, afterwards I returned home slightly depressed that I don't own an original PlayStation and thus can't play Let's Go Bass Fishing, to find that hundreds and hundreds of people had responded to my question and sharing their stories and experiences, hopes and dreams of things they'd either done or planned to do when arriving in Japan. So today I'm going to share some of them with you and rate them on a scale of 1 to 10 so that you can find some ideas and inspiration for your trip when you come here. And near the end of the video I'll talk a bit about what I did on my first day 5 years ago, because I don't think I've ever talked about it actually. So then, let's dive in. When I went to Japan and checked in at my hostel, the staff member said, "Oh, I bet you want to sleep now." Instead of sleeping, I rented a bike and just cruised around for hours. Yeah, screw you hostel staff with your pitiful assumptions. Who needs bedtime when you can cycle across a bridge? To be fair, cycling is probably the best way to see Japan. Because pretty much everyone here cycles, the country is very favourable towards cyclists, unlike the UK where drivers actively run over cyclists for fun. One of the best places to rent a bike and cycle around in the Tokyo area is the ancient city of Kamakura on the coastline. Whenever I take people there, we grab some bikes from the station.
That's the
and
biggest brass
the back streets and the temple.
statue, right?
But cycling is a great idea, and I'll give that an 8 out of 10. Go to a 7-Eleven and play Onigiri Bingo, a game I made up to try new flavours, where I grab a random flavour without looking what it is and eat it. Well, if it's got food in it, it's instantly a good idea. If you don't know what onigiri is, it's basically just a rice ball with a different filling in it. All convenience stores have a big section with onigiri in them. My personal favourite flavour is tuna mayonnaise, but there's all sorts. There's fish eggs, salmon, sour plums, avoid that one. And you can find yourself standing there sometimes for ages, spoiled for choice, not knowing which one to go for. So grabbing one randomly isn't a bad idea, so give that a 7 out of 10. Grab some real pudding. I only eat pudding in Japan. Every local pudding here, Singapore, is utter crap. Yeah, real pudding, 10 out of 10. Every convenience store has a dessert section as well, where you can find everything. So
pudding's really good in Japan.
To kind of traditional Japanese sweets. And I urge you to check it out. If not to eat a dessert, then for research purposes. Sleep. And then climb Mount Fuji with bottles and bottles of Pocari Sweat. Nah, it's way too ambitious for your first day. 3 out of 10. Laugh out loud. Sleep? Me and my friend didn't sleep for 4 days when we arrived due to excitement. Alice, sleep. To which Alice replied, sleep. Rebels, absolute bloody rebels. Don't know what they did though, 0 out of 10. Onsen, definitely. Then I'd go about town and try to make conversation with the locals. Optimistically happy face, but also anxiously sweating face. Why not make conversation with the locals in the onsen? After all, you'll be sat naked, side by side in nature's hot tub. It seems like a pretty good place to start and break the ice with the locals. But if you don't have a chance to go to an onsen resort out in the countryside, which I highly do recommend, the next best thing is Onsen World, or Edo Onsen World, in Odaiba, Tokyo. It's an onsen theme park with an Edo-era styled street, and you can wander around in a colourful yukata, eat and drink in
Dude, is Mande going to fucking play the fucking game today? I'm tired of waiting.
Silver, 20 bomb.
Oh man.
You got destroyed by fucking silver.
Fucking swipe already or what?
Been waiting in lobby for half an hour.
Oh my god.
I've literally been waiting in lobby for an actual half an hour.
I've been in goat squads just waiting for you.
And you said nothing. How am I supposed to read your fucking mind?
7 days we've played together. What are the odds that I wouldn't do it the 8th day?
Fuck you. Should have said something. Do we have a third? Like, what do we do? Is this shit even coming?
Oh.
I saw
No,
Taxi was on.
Now?
Yeah, just got on.
Is he playing with Mendo and those guys? If he's not, we can
He
play.
was playing pubs when I saw him. Let me see. Let me see. Tax. He's playing pubs. You wanna ask him?
Yeah. Walked into the building. Hey. Give me a feeling.
I'm asking him my second PC so I can't see what he says. Here, I can hear what he says. So that was a good strat I did. Mr. T getting replaced with Mr. T. He's so busy killing people, man.
Hopefully he doesn't reach out.
Ever. He doesn't reach. I'm done. If he joins, he joins. He motherfucker does not reach it.
Oh, I bought a new monitor, so we'll see.
You're using it right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy took a raid. Holy shit, his mom.
What?
This guy took raid.
You're cheating. Obviously.
Asshole, dude.
新しい友達を作って壊そう。
今回のチャンピオンです。
That's me. I'm the champion.
私がジャンプマスターですね。勝利への道は私と共にあります。ついてきて。私がジャンプマスターよ。
Okay.
君が人間なら息を止めることをお勧めするよ。
I'm here, mentally, physically, I'm here.
私の近くに敵が着地しました。それが最後の過ちとなることでしょう。
敵がファーストキルをゲット。ウィングマンを発見。
Fuck, I want it.
私の
Again.
Okay.
Big time.
Big time.
もうリングの中だ。
Dude, so much damage on that guy. I think I'm getting pushed, man.
Coming. Right here.
I need your help right now.
Coming.
Holy shit, bro. I'm getting hit around the corner. I gotta medkit this.
Hit one for 85.
シールドをリチャージ中。
What's going on? Oh, he's running out top now?
Blood on crack. Blood on dead, blood on dead, blood on dead. 450 flush on the Bangalore. He's right here, 50 flush. Or 60.
No, Reg, in the hole! Dude, I hit one for 132. Right here. They're both in here.
Fuck, just a raid. Just a raid, what do you want? How is this guy still? Look where he is.
He wins this, he wins this.
What do you want?
He has a PK. He should win. He wins this. Don't worry about it.
Oh no, he did. Oh no, dude, he does not fucking win, dude.
It's okay. Go again. Go again. He's just sorry, dude. Can't be mad.
Yeah, not mad. Definitely not mad. Where's Taxi? Is he playing or not? I fucking... Fuck.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up!
Alright, we'll see.
Chizo Ishii just resubscribed for 6 months. RPR sad, RPR sad.
Cheese, Chizo, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back, Reto. What did Kami say? Well, I was playing a fucking game, Dippy. He has a team already. Taxi already has a team.
Alright.
What to do between games, man? Play Vampire Survivors. Can you say? Dude, I am so fucking good at Vampire Survivors now, it's not even funny.
You're good?
Yeah.
Couldn't imagine, dude. Could not imagine.
Leftover money, what do I buy? There, that. Start. I unlocked all the maps and beat all the maps, so.
Way too much.
There's only 3 maps, cringe.
Oh. Alright. Never mind then.
Alright, chat, let me show you. I'm gonna play
You know, like all the fucking like best fucking builds and shit or what?
Well, no. I still didn't unlock like 5 items or something. But I do I you know how you said those birds suck?
Nah, birds are crazy if they're fully upgraded.
Yeah, well, you know what happens when you have both the purple birds and the white birds?
Oh.
They fuse into one bird.
Oh.
Into like a multicolored bird, and then you get one more weapon. And you level up the new bird.
Oh. Alright.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's fucking broken.
That's crazy.
I accidentally found out about that. Like, I was just playing birds because I got bored of all the other builds. I fucking ended up getting some good ass birds.
Damn.
No. Da, streamam. Dobro. You just get some duplicator, you fucking duplicate all your projectiles, some EXP farm, a tracked orb. You're juicing. You gotta get this for the cooldown of the spells. Fuck, I'm not getting any passives, that sucks.
Shut the fuck up!
Yo, Chan, thank you for getting 31. Arigato. Spinach, yes, baby. This is so easy, dude. This is on hyper as well. I need a fucking crown.
やることがあるからテキパキ行くよ。
のチャンピオンです。
今日もまた道を行く。
Hey Seba. Wait, what? I'm solo launching? Hello? How am I solo launching? And why am I on lifeline? What the fuck is happening?
Oh man. Main focus. Measure gorgeous.
Did you guys solo split away from me?
No. Pretty sure I didn't.
Is there people here?
Yeah.
Below?
On each side. There's fucking PK right
one's
there.
right here.
Yeah. There's 2 guys under you. We're going up now.
Yeah, I'm gonna die here. I have no weapon, dude. love this game. Holy shit. Oh my god, how the fuck did they lose? How did they lose when I didn't do anything? I was just running with no weapon. Wait, let me tap him.
Don't ask me.
Let me tap him. I got the juice.
Wait, oh, you got the gold bag? No,
No,
you
I-
don't. Dude, you're an idiot.
What do you mean, bro? No, I have. Dude, are you stupid? Do you know what Lifeline does? She fucking reses without holding E.
I'm almost done. You know that, right?
You're so dumb, dude. You're so fucking stupid.
No, you.
進化シールドを発見レベル3よ
Yeah, Kiss, we need one. You wanna play with us? You wanna play with us?
ちょっと待って
Who the fuck are you talking
Us? You wanna play with us?
to? Who are you talking to?
Hakis.
I don't want to play with him. Good.
Okay, I'm gonna kick Manda. You wanna join me, Takis?
ちょっとテンションしているわ
You know what Lifeline does?
I can't
You
hear
gonna draw
this
a
guy.
teammate or what?
頼まれてちょうだい
I couldn't hear him speak. His mic is so low. Is he low for you?
No.
He's really
Ah, a
low.
little bit.
I couldn't hear him. And I have it on 100, so.
Okay. Fine.
Look at
Yeah,
Dippy, dude. He plays Lifeline for his
Yeah,
entire
yeah.
season. For the entire time he's been playing Apex, and now he thinks he can school me on playing Lifeline. Motherfucker, I main Lifeline before you even touch the fucking game. Secondly, you think it's that hard to play fucking Lifeline? You press one button and that's the whole character.
Damn.
Shut the fuck
That's like
up.
Wraith, dude. You press 2 buttons and buttons. That's the whole character.
No, Raid has like 1.5 button, dude, at
リングは
least.
遠いわ
Imagine not playing hard characters like Gibby and Path.
Yeah, well, Path is also one button character.
新しいキルリーダーズ気をつけて
拡張ヘビーマガジンを発見レベル3よ
チャンピオンは判断を誤った
クラフト中だよちょっと待ってね
I really don't like Lifeline's heirloom. So fucking bad.
I mean, Josh's name is on it.
So bad.
You know that?
What you say?
Josh, his name is on it.
Wow.
Huh.
Just makes me like it even more, dude.
追加のアイテム
You
を
like
手に入
Josh?
れた
So
I like Josh too. He muted me on Twitter though, but I still like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that guy.
You want to know how I found out?
Oh.
He made a Twitter post about like the upcoming seasons or whatever, or like the map, like when it was called Born Point came out.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, the map looks fucking crazy. He responded to literally every single other comment but mine.
Yep.
And PvPs. So you know it's I'm blocked, dude. Yeah.
I'll be real with you, I don't like that guy.
Josh?
Yeah, I don't like him.
I think Josh is chill. I think he's fucking a clapbacker, you know?
Chill is not a word I use for him.
追加のアイテムを手に入れた
I am not obliged to like my devs, am I? He's the motherfucker that lied about Fragment not being nerfed when it was nerfed. Lied in pro players' faces, basically.
I guess they didn't know themselves.
Oh, they fucking knew for sure, man.
I don't know.
A patch doesn't go out where you just don't know what's going on, you know. A lead dev that doesn't know what's happening in these like patch notes. Crazy? No fucking way.
I don't see why they would lie about it though.
Cause they're fucking weird, man. They lie about a lot of shit, like banning people and shit like that.
お祝いが必要ね
They're just weird like that.
シールドバッテリーを発見。
It's not their first time lying about a pad, but
Lifeline package
like
要請中。
multiple times about it. Oh shit, a gold line mag? Dude, who the fuck said you can loot my fucking shit? Huh?
レベル4です。
Do I even want gold? You want bats, man? There?
Fuck shooting. Like, yeah. Fuck
Those
you.
are- You want bats, man? There? Holy shit, he's throwing
I got
smoke at
4.
me. Fuck it, I'll go red. Fuck golden. Someone just threw smoke at us. Or someone below us. Holy shit, I found him. Almost all 3 cracked on your side, man.
Oh my god. What? I mean, the car?
Yeah, the car guys.
I hit them all for 24.
Man, they're like basically cracked. No.
Over here.
What's up, Diddy?
Let me show this guy who's fucking king of the bows.
直撃だ。
敵のシールドを割った。
命中。直撃だ。
Oh, dude,
Going
dude,
in.
stop fucking trying to contest me, dude. I hit them 4 times, they miss 0. Why are they even trying, dude? I'm straight up Legolasing their ass. Now he's playing a head glitch. And he's still losing.
Round.
We should do it. Wait, come on. Push these guys.
あっちに敵がいる。
9 purple pushable.
レプリケーターが降りてくる。
Cracked one in the back. Great.
60, another guy. Two of them are hit for 60.
Someone's closer to us, I think, right?
Here.
あっちに標的がいる。
ポータル展開。
60 on the raid.
Cracked.
敵のシールドを割った。
60 again.
シールドを割ったよ。
シールドをリチャージ
We
し
need
な
to
い
get a right angle on them.
リチャージ中。
I'm shielding them.
Yeah, but like we can't push over it.
でも警戒はしてる。
I got an angle on them. They're aware. Dude, I mean, he just doesn't miss, dude. Like, he just hits everything. I almost cracked 2 of them, both Opkin and Raid.
Dude, I don't know what,
Oh, shit, man.
No, straight up just fucking...
敵のシールドを割ったよ。
touch up,
On
dude.
me, he wants to finish me. Opkin.
攻撃中。
That's a different team. Alright.
Dude! Dude! Oh no!
Oh, I got bowed. I'm not even winning, I got bowed. By a guy named Low Skill. Diamond 2.
This guy next to us. Event pack! Legendary? Oof.
He just hits headshots like it's nothing, I guess. Alright. Get me of this fucking character. I'll go Pete, we're back.
神頼みで強くなったんじゃない。努力したんだ。
望みの場所へ導いてあげる。
自分の五感を信じ、狩りに明け暮れるのだ。
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go, baby.
I think your gain is broken, picks up all the background audio. What? My gain? Is something wrong with my mic? Is my mic good?
Yeah, mic's fine.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Fine.
Chat saying my gain's broken. What?
You fucked it up in OBS or what?
I haven't touched it.
And the right side?
Yeah, sure.
I think they're all going close.
They are. Yeah. I swear, dude, the amount of bows there are nowadays, it's crazy.
Jesus, this lags on stuff.
Bows really nice now that they nerf triple take.
What?
Bows really nice now since they nerf triple take.
Dude, didn't we just fucking scan? How's she here? I hit it for 88, 88. Dude, how? There's one only. We just scanned. How's she there?
It's 2 now, 2 now.
They have no idea I'm behind him.
Almost cracked lifeline, almost cracked lifeline.
Knock one.
Nice. Lifeline was wide arm.
Lifeline is PK.
Great, crack one. Crack, great.
There's another team coming up, another team coming up.
Yeah.
Lifeline one top. Literally one top.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
Yeah,
I got
the banner
all over me.
There's another guy here. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, that's a whole new team that just climbed up. But I got out.
Just block me, RPR.
Yeah, let me heal.
Oh, big.
They're fighting. I think he just zipped up because it scanned right before you went
What's up,
there.
Kaiser?
I don't know, dude. He was fucking in there. Yeah, I saw your scan. And I was like, yeah, there's no way, there's no one up there.
Yeah, he must
I'm
have
going
just
inside.
zipped
They jumped out?
Yeah, they did. All three.
up. Half 62.
Give me crack 70.
30 flash, 30 flash.
Great fucking 20 on me.
Wraith almost cracked as well.
I have no fucking energy. Only ultimate.
The bubble's about to disappear. Crack path again.
Give me crack. Give it down.
Nice.
Great here.
I got 19 bullets.
Foul.
Great queuing towards you, man.
Yeah, I got him.
They're slipping up here.
Yeah, he's up here.
I'm stuck!
Running ammo here.
Great dead. Last guy up top.
Fast 30 blue.
Crack one. 30 flush on him. Grab it away. Pussy. No. Fuck, I wanted to finish him. Wait, someone knocked him from... Someone... Finished the pattern from above.
Oh, yeah.
There's more people.
Team right above me. Team right above me.
How many?
No clue.
Maybe just... Did they kill the solo and start? I have 3 Phoenix hits.
Fuck, I already used my...
Scanning up now, It's 2 up there, Duo.
I think, isn't it a full 3-man, I think?
Might be,
kill one of them?
Too. I need to loot one because I'm no ammo. I have no ammo whatsoever.
Mario, do you have a kill? From the first guy?
Yeah, no, I don't. I have no kills.
Yeah. I got 2 kills.
Oh.
I knocked a guy up top, so yeah, there is some... They're a full team then.
Probably a full team now.
So how did that stupid full team push us instead of the guys that was knocked? Fuck are they doing? You can't make that shit up. That was funny. Alright, come here. The zone is a little bit far, just a slight little.
We got a car.
対応を諦めたわけじゃね
クラフト中よ。ちょっと待って。
輸送中。
聞いて。ケアパッケージが来る。
Dude, I got a new monitor, right? But I feel like all like the edges and shit, they're like super blurry.
You should adjust your monitor setting.
Yeah, but I'm doing it, but I can't figure out what it is.
They just rest over here, by the way.
What's up, Rough Rider?
They rest on the balls.
On the balls.
Alright, let's see.
Oh,
that's it. Getting out on this guy. He's right in front of us.
There's a guy on the left.
Wait on him, 40.
Two squads.
Yeah, two squads. Be careful.
I'm
totally wrong.
Running right side here. Running right side. TPing out on me. I'm chasing the TP.
I think the other team is gonna be chasing us here in a sec.
I think they're gonna get sandwiched.
I think we're getting sandwiched.
Yeah. We are.
They're left, they're left.
Yeah, fucking dead here, I think.
I'm going you? Or
I'm throwing H.
Someone has to put a heat shield down, or I'm dead.
Fuck, I don't have one.
I only mobile.
Nothing. 0.2 seconds, dude. I love it.
They don't know you now.
Yeah, they do. They think so.
No, he's on our left.
Two grappling here.
On the left side? Come on, what?
That partner is stuck.
Go there, there.
Blood on crack.
Still 30?
Behind us.
Zero?
Oh shit, I missed that.
That was a different team.
I should have killed it.
Fucking Wraith actually kidnapped me.
Oh, that's why you were so fucking far away. I was like, what the fuck? I thought you were next to me.
Yeah, no, he TP'd on me and I got yeeted.
Oh shit.
Big time.
We're out. No, where to Russ?
Your ass.
Here. Plug it here myself.
Yeah.
Alright. What's the deal with it? Is this unloaded?
Nah, most of it's good. I missed a little bit, but fuck. Bow here.
Oh, I got a bunch of strangers.
There are 6 ranges.
Yeah, I got
We're back to loot. Easy.
We go back for it?
Yeah. There's no way they're still there.
Right.
You can go. Take the car. I'll do Snakecraft. Pick me up when you're
They're
done.
still shooting over there, aren't they?
I can't hear anything.
What's happening in the background?
I don't know, don't ask me, dude. Always going ahead right now.
What's up, Eternal Blue? I don't know, Dumbless. We don't know where Team City is. What the dog doing?
あと1分でリングが動くわ。まだ距離がある。
Where did we fucking die? Oh, here.
We're here.
傷を手当てしている。リングまで遠い。残り40
Damn, why the fuck did they loot my shit?
Hey, they left my shit. I'm happy.
みんな。
These mother bitches, dude.
Is there more dead people?
I don't know. We got 27 seconds. Look at the fucking zone.
Yeah, we just go Rift. Go. Take the portal to Rift. We're fine. We can take the portal to Rift and then like here or something.
Okay, yeah, but we're really far and we didn't take the car.
The car's here. There's car on me.
Definitely take the car.
Okay, you take
Car
the
me.
car. Just
What the
pick
fuck's
me up.
my dog screaming, dude? Holy shit.
Just pick me up,
Fuck
man,
off,
okay?
Yeah. So why you running that way?
Because we're going to the Rift portal right here.
Yeah, we should go this one, and then this one, and then this one, this one.
But if we have a car, it's faster just going straight.
I don't think so. Go on.
Yeah, I think we take the Rift. We are fine.
一緒に行くわ。回復中。でも警戒はしてる。
It's a blue heavy in my ear if I don't need.
Maybe I need a rest. Yeah, I do. Oh, perfect timing.
Alright, I'm sending the Rift. What's up, Isa? Thank you.
There's a lot of boxes here, red boxes and gold.
Where? In your bin?
On me, right on me.
Where?
Yeah, it's a lot of loot here.
Alright. There's a car behind you guys! Right there, full 3 man!
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, like you choked the red. Oh no, you closed down. What the fuck?
I'm just dead, like what?
It's getting third-parted, man. It's getting third-parted. They got ash ported on.
What? How are we being camped by a fucking car in zone? There's no shot.
Fucking ask me, bro.
Will I even fucking make this?
I don't know, man.
Are you out or what?
I don't fucking know. Nope.
Yeah, you're dead.
Oh, cool.
Oh my god.
I don't have syringes or anything, dude.
If I had one arc star, then that entire car dies.
I got 2 KP though, easy clap.
I didn't have shit.
What?
That's so stupid from them, holy shit.
Like a fucking 10k hard track TTW squad camping zone on us.
You guys are just mad because they're better than you.
Yeah, not bad.
So yeah. You all need to know. They're literally better.
Maybe I want to. Actually, fuck no, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna finish this vampire game, guys. I'll show you how to be a Giga Chad in Vampire Survivors. I'll show you guys how to be a Giga Chad. Yeah, man.
Here.
Multiple times.
Yes.
What's up, Emu? How you doing? Alright. Come on, I need my buffs and I'll show you what a Giga Chat looks like. Just give me a fucking crown, baby. Give me a fucking crown. What is this, garlic? Oh, that's stone mask. I fucked up. Why'd I take that, dude? It's okay. I can still get a duplicator and a crown. Duplicator and a crown. So I need a duplicator and a crown. We're good. Fuck. Chilling, nice. Oh, we're chilling too. Yeah, chat, after the split starts, like after practicing stops and we start playing Apex in this Pro League, I'm gonna start collabing again. There it is, a duplicator, baby. I stopped it for now because I just want to focus on doing good in Pro League. But you already know, once we're done with that shit, we're back to collabing, and especially when the debut hit. Holy shit, Brad, you're so annoying. Holy shit, why are you here? Why'd you change your name to begin with? You're so fucking dumb. God. How are people bad at this game? It's so easy. I need a crown, dude. Where's the fucking crown? Level up faster. Where, Kaizen? I'm weak. Fuck, man. Crown would fucking fix all my problems. Crown is mid. Yeah? You think Crown is mid? Oh man, go far. I feel like you have no idea what you're talking about sometimes. No cap. I've been this game on literally on hyper on all 3 maps, and every single time I had Crown. How is it fucking mid? Every single fucking time I had Crown. Maxed out.
What's up, Agus? I've seen you on Twitter a lot lately.
A lot to say.
Yeah. A lot to say?
Yeah.
A lot of shit built up in a while, or what?
Yeah, Epic's great. Epic's awesome.
Ep 6, Ep 6.
Shut the fuck up!
Emulapis just resubscribed for 2 months. Red_of_life gifted a tier 1 sub to
Thank you, Brad, for giving him
Emulapis.
tier 1.
They have given 325 gift subs in the channel.
We're alone.
I don't knowing I don't
Where?
First kill.
I do not want this filthy weapon in my hands.
Yeah.
Fucking rampage.
What do you mean? It's so good.
So violent. Oh, fucking.
Right, blue armor here, by the way.
Shit. 3-1. Feel better about myself now. Feel like a human now.
Miss flatline.
We can go third party rifts or whatever is happening.
I'm down.
You can still get a flatline.
Yeah, but who the fuck has time to go crafting?
True. I'm truing, you're truing, we're truing. Yeah, but Crown allows me in extras to fucking juice up my fucking build until literally fucking 5 minutes and then I just win. Because I'm juiced. Arigato, Pimpia.
On the roof here? Dark with both.
He fucking headshot.
19.
Alright, cool. Just one pass. Someone close here.
Guy close to me with a Bluetooth.
Yeah, 500.
Trying angle here. He's gonna roof.
You got the roof. He's up top.
Fucked up. Almost cracked him in 50. I think his armor's
pushing me.
Back is high as well. Back is high as well.
Under two.
Got on me.
I'm bubble back.
What's on the door? What?
White flash. 100 hit 70 on white armor. I'm batting.
I have no big meds.
Fucking hell. I have a medkit to kill. I don't have ammo, that's the problem.
Can call back to you.
Another team behind us. On the hill.
Oh. They're trying to thirst me here. I'm getting thirsty by the other team.
You have light?
What?
Yeah.
I have 20.
80. Nice.
Dude, that fucking bloodhog closed the door on me and the door wouldn't move. I couldn't open or close it. I was just stuck in the door.
Stuck in the door, so I can get this. And we can third this, maybe.
Plug
him in.
Well, I'm just I'm plugging.
Yeah, just plug this. I don't think anybody looting me.
I can grief this super hard.
Yeah.
Knocked one.
Coming.
There's knocks on each side, hard knocks.
Znigang just resubscribed for 2 months.
Yeah, your box is right here.
There's still knocks on each side. Trying to figure out where they are.
This guy knocked on me.
2 guys on the left here. This guy wants the banner. My knock got finished.
Wraith 40.
80, 100 almost on her.
One on a bin here.
Might have dead somehow. Wait 100.
Dude,
I don't even know. This guy's crazy on the Hemi.
What is
He's
being
gonna come
the
finish me now. No,
fucking hell, how do I not kill anyone? Okay, I got 0 light ammo now.
He's still reloading, he's trying to fucking finish me still.
Dropping 1 stack for you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
2 bursts, 121 dude.
Fucking hell.
That guy's crazy. That guy's crazy, by the way. Insane.
He's alone, I'm pretty sure that Is it multiple? Dude, this guy is ready for everything.
Okay. I'm saying, that guy's crazy.
This guy that closed the door on me earlier. Fuck him.
Oh.
Dude, does anyone possess light ammo? My fucking inventory.
Go top rift and rest. And don't loot my box up there.
You got light on you?
That means I can do it?
No. No light. Just go loot, dude. No time. No time for looting, dude. Oh my god, it took a click, dude. This motherfucker. Oh my god.
You have an alternate, I have a 301. Relax, I'll use the ammo better.
Our alternate is stronger than yours. If you want.
Right. This motherfucker. Don't loot my box, dude.
There's no light in it, I promise. Oh fuck it. Eating. Oh, that's mine.
Drop the 70 lighter.
Big. Big time. Alright, we're back.
I'm gonna go across the floody.
I was shooting so much I got a fucking red armor of that fight and only have 2 KP. Like, I don't understand what am I doing wrong. How am I not playing?
Good harder.
Nice. Revive tax, yeah, you just pay revive tax, dude. I don't need this fucking Marvin on.
People just flew in right here.
Was it in there?
Maybe.
Oh, I think it's a duo looking for a banner, maybe.
I don't know.
Isn't that a little bit late?
There's no way.
A bit late. Okay.
I've never been fucked on that much before in my life. By that guy. And by that guy right there, he was crazy. He bursted me 2 times hemlock, 120 damage, far away.
He's the best.
He closed the door on me, I couldn't move, and then you one-clipped me with a re. I was just stuck inside the door.
No, guy was fucking crazy. He was ready for everything.
Did I set my alarm on my food? I forgot.
Oh, my food's ready and I'm dying.
Yeah. Nice.
This is breakfast. Lasagna with chicken and bacon.
Lasagna for breakfast?
Mm-hmm. That's nice. Lasagna is crazy. Whenever you want it.
Breakfast / lunch, I guess.
I guess, yeah. More like brunch. I have 5 bats, excuse me.
I'm 4, I'm robbing.
I got 3.
Here.
You a dog. I'm plugging in. I'm doing a tree timer.
Tree timer is in the juicer? Oh, I see. Oh! Climbing. Hackers, hit the beacon, man. Oh! On the hill. 3 dudes. 100 and... Knocked one. 100 and... No.
Follow me, knock him. 45, he took your TP,
Papan is low on me. Dead.
Another team left with Kraber.
Yeah.
Now Witcher right now.
You be 50 flash, fucking.
Are they up the hill? What's happening?
It's on the bin, One team on the left there and one down the bin. Yeah, careful, we have a Kraber team west here.
I have a guy up here in this bin between us. That might be the solo.
He's just climbing into the fucking portal.
Oh, disgusting. I'm fucked, I think.
Yeah, don't hide. They're good.
Oh, I'm good.
Ash on height there, 80.
I can flank.
Yeah, they have Kraber, careful up here. I have no clue who. No clue who.
Yeah, they shot me before.
I think Ash has it, maybe. Yeah, she's got a big gun. Might be a duo.
I'm ready.
I'm behind him.
I'm scanning.
Blue armor in one.
Yeah, duo.
Almost cracked the blue armor, dude. Ash, purple, I gotta bat this. Holy shit.
The guy next to me.
Take 1 shot. I got no scope.
I'm throwing arcs on your body.
I knocked one. He's resting in the smoke. Gotta get hit. He's queuing up. Loba's queuing up.
I can't see!
I'm killing this guy. Alright.
I got him.
Nice. Block that Loba here.
Loba's blocking guy with the crab.
I'm phoenixing.
I'm safe, man. You can get me, by the way.
Yeah, let me just penis.
I'm trying to kill this guy.
Fucking Kraber that's ran off.
Here.
There's a Loba with the crab. She's behind you.
That's an Ash. Gold armor.
No, it's a Loba.
But that's... I'm just shooting at an Ash.
Oh.
With a gold armor. Maybe that's a solo?
You just shoot inside this.
Did we kill all of them? Did we finish?
The Loba is fucking gone.
Did we finish all of them?
No. We killed 2 of them, but Loba's still alive.
Okay, but I didn't finish the second guy. I don't think. Did we?
I want to do something real quick.
I mean, I can scan you for you. Okay. No hostiles.
Go back.
Okay.
Gotta go get the crab real quick, eh?
Man is gonna die.
Yeah,
I'm not.
We have a dead teammate. How are we doing? How are we approaching this as a duo?
Probably get to the ramp here.
Dude, there's 11 squads alive with 20 people. So there's so many solos and duos.
Yeah, 10,
There's like
17.
3 squads on me, dude.
Is this your 10, 17?
We have an average of duos.
It's less than duos. 10, 17, no 10, 18 now. Come on, rush.
Dude, there's like 3 squads on me over here. I'm coming back, fuck it. Oh my god.
The Kraber is so bad, man.
Yeah, of course.
It's
I
not
went
worth
through
losing the
dimensional rift, dude.
game. Dimensional nuts in your mouth.
I would throw an entire game just to have a Kraber in my hand for 2 seconds, dude.
I know you would. I just know you would.
Straight up, throw the entire game just to have it in my hand.
You act like I haven't been your teammate for years. Like I don't know you. You hear Kraber, man is already like completely not listening to his teammates. He's just chasing after the Kraber. Doesn't care.
Kraber's crazy. If I get that shit, dude, fucking high possibility of winning game.
Yeah, but we can win without as well.
Yeah, but winning with is cooler, you know? More gangster.
Guess.
8 squads, 12 people.
Can we go?
Here, over
Holy
here.
shit, I accidentally jumped on a solo. And I'm gonna kill him now. Happy little accidents, you know? Above me. I think it's still above us. No? Why did I hear like people were running on my head? There's no way that was you.
I got a bow with us. I got a bow.
Yappe.
This Bloodhound could have just hidden and I would have never known I jumped next to him, but he shot me in the back, so...
Hey, you thought you were a solo too?
Probably, yeah. Or he just got spooked because I fell all of a sudden.
Back ulti, come towards us.
Hello?
Hide, let him land on us.
There it is! Illudan just killed the crab guy.
Standing on my left here. I'm chasing this guy.
I look like solo, huh?
He's in solo here. He's heat shielding.
Illudan's team is a full zero.
He might go for a res.
He'd rest here.
What the fuck is this problem?
He's running. Why are you running? He died to song.
Full dead.
Oh my god. Oh, I might die. I'm actually dead. Get out. Oh my god. The heat from this disappeared.
Fucking dumbass. I'm gold dead.
Thank you.
I got a bow. Hey. Alright, there's a Russian team with crab.
Yeah.
Right? They're right here.
They're walking up.
They're
They're walking up here. Does the Gibby have the... Okay, someone all the way left in the field has a favorite.
They're not even in range. But can't they reach them?
Yeah, he was always
on fire right now.
On the rock.
Hey.
Bro, I'm so tired of this game. I'm so tired. I want to go back to bed.
He found the favorite.
The raid.
One shot, one shot.
I have a Moby, by the way. Just fucking.
Yeah, me too.
They're looking at my ass. Fucking hot this ass. Is that a solo griefing or what is that? Watch our back. Watch about the Russians. He's right here.
Russians stand up.
This is not a solo pushing us right now.
No.
Got a back. It's at least 2 motherfuckers. Oh. I need help. You might need the bubbles. We're getting it from the both sides, man.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, it's 2 full quads. We're safe on my business.
Got him?
Safe on me here.
Yeah, we gotta go to... Mind it.
Not sure what we can do about it.
I'm good, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Wait, staring at me. Both teams.
Gibby almost knocked to the enemy team.
Why is it behind, dude?
I'll go back. No, wait.
Why do they keep fucking moving, dude? What's wrong with them? Fucking Bangalore.
We both called a Moby?
Yeah.
I almost knocked this Gibby. They're doing a left flank on us. Right here.
We're getting looked at them from both sides though.
Yeah, we're getting double the dildo right now. It's not good. They're rapping right now.
Both teams are rapping.
Holy shit, man. Let them fight each other with the Kraber.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna sit in the corner.
Them fight spots. Grenading.
Wait, you're that fucking lame. Your mom's fat.
They got fucking nutty angles on you guys.
Yeah.
Man,
wait for the bubble.
I'm waiting 20 seconds, yeah.
Thank fuck I had 8 batteries.
Straight up just standing right there. Straight up just standing right there.
Yeah.
How is the other team not shooting at him?
30 minutes, guy. 30 minutes, guy.
60 flash on him!
He's burning fast, Burning. Dead. I got him. They're harassing queuing on us.
He's raid spotting him. Raid swan on the left here.
There's got me.
I finished the bloodhound.
I did the bat.
I finished the bloodhound.
Got them. Taking a headless now. Wait on the roof still.
I have a really good rock on us here.
Yeah, keep holding on. Make space for us.
Dude, I'm hitting a crazy fucking bird nade on this guy, right?
Fucking almost cracked the bank. Bank horizon, I mean.
Heavy. No heavy ammo.
Only on 1 bat. They're hiding in the corner here. Almost Dr. Gibby. I'm getting this space.
I'm doing this guy.
Look at them, they're stuck in a corner here, guys.
The guy on the roof is holding us. He dropped inside now.
Okay. I'm gonna kill this Gibby. He killed himself, we're good. I'm gonna loot him.
Like, I'm scanning 3 for your pair.
Yeah, they're on the other side of me.
Scanning you now.
You need light, I got a bunch on me.
I need heavy.
Fuck, okay, I'll bring you heavy, give me a sec. They're right next to me, I think they're
trying to mobi us. Yeah, they're resting.
Fuck him.
We have some, by the way. Careful, they're aping up, bro.
They're aping now, yeah.
I cracked a bunch of them over there. I'm coming back to you with the heavy ammo.
Here we go.
They're fighting, yeah, go on this.
They're fighting.
It's fine, just 3 people.
Dude, that fucking Bangalore was one.
Hey, dead. One go dead. There's a crack.
These motherfuckers, dude. Oh, baby. Okay. Later, bitch.
Nice. Good fucking recovery.
Holy shit, what a game.
Bum, bum, bum.
Holy shit, though.
Later, bitch.
エーペックスのチャンピオンとなりました。
Three. Fuck. I got 3 KP. Fuck, dude.
He died so many times, holy shit. I'm gonna go get my food real back. Chat, I'm gonna go get my food real quick.
Ah, dude. Nice.
Mamma mia. Here I go again. Mama. Na, 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 na. Holy shit, the sun. Turning off the sun. I'm turning off the sun. I turned it off. The sun. Hey Mugetsu. What's up everyone? If you're ready to die. Chicken. I don't know why Catchem is not working. Someone broke it in the mod team. I don't know who. Oh my, oh my. Oh my, oh my. Posso guardare sì. Come by, let me.
ようチャレンジャーたち、俺様には気をつけな。
古き道も新しき道も、私は双方を用いて我らを導く。
私たちが進む道に死はない。今のところはね。
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
戦いが終わる頃には奴ら全員が知ることになるだろう。ジブラルタル様の名を。
Do.
準備はいいんだろうな。さあ、やるぞ。
One's him.
Holy shit, they're faster, man.
Yeah, it's because I'm eating and fine.
This guy's alone here.
In the middle.
Knocked one. Dude, there's two on me.
Yeah, everyone's on you.
I knocked the knocked. They just finished me. They're gonna res him right now. They're resing him right
I
now.
have no bullets. I'll never do it. I can't do this, but...
You got him up. Oh, you guys
Standing on top.
How is that Octane not dead?
Okay, yeah, they got some fucking shit right there. Fuck, dude.
How did he heal?
How
They're
low
fucking
were they?
double PK.
Dude, they're both one shot.
They're fucking double PK.
I like it. Yeah.
Okay, food. I'm eating chicken and rice, pretty much. Nice, Luca. I don't know, Mama. It's autoplay. Four, Doka. Okay, I pee and get water.
You got code net. Up right. Up right.
Girls asleep.
What's he doing, man?
No clue, no clue. The RPR Twitch.
He's gone.
Wait, what happened?
You got code net.
I got code net while I was pissing?
Yeah.
Not cool at all. Not very cool at all.
No, it's me.
Fuck, now we missed it because of me. Okay. Super Shacks. Mini boss time.
The queues are so long, it's crazy.
We can always try NA. I don't mind playing on NA if the queues are faster.
You do after this one.
Okay. Hip hop ski. Hi. Ski. Oh no, you guys are doing the dad jokes. I'm gonna cringe. Not the fucking dad jokes. There it is. This build I'm doing right now is gonna be crazy. I want to start leveling up like crazy right now. Chat, on the real though, I know the Apex streams are boring. Honestly, even for me, like I don't like watching Apex. Shit's fucking boring. It's the same shit, you know? So, stick it through the fucking Pro League and then closer to the debut, and after the debut we're gonna do a shit ton of collabs and like actually like do some crazy different games and shit like that. Hey, Blur. You have to level up to the max before you can evo an item. I genuinely want Vienna to teach me, if she would be down, to teach me fucking League. That would be funny. I think that would be funny content. Me fucking on League, getting schooled by Vienna. I also want to play Bao in Vienna again, but they've been kind of busy. We're gonna play soon. I almost just killed myself. Sick. I'm sure we'll play soon. Well, I mean, you know, we're gonna do a Among Us collab soon. Hey, Vider. Among Us. Among Us. That's gonna be a big call-up this Friday, chat. The Among Us call-up is going to be funny. Get ready for it. I know it's late for a lot of you guys, but even the VODs are gonna be funny. It's me, Pecora. Even the VODs are gonna be funny. Yeah, 5 AM GST, sadly. It's 9 PM for me, 3 PM Eastern. Yeah, just yeah, fucking send me flying, dude. Send me up the map, dude. Blood on skin? You're coming on me?
I have like literally nothing. I'm low ground losing.
I got two on me. I almost knocked the fucking Octane. I can't even Q, bro. Octane swap purple.
Well, it's all you guys. I don't know my guns right now. Coming up.
I'm coming, they're coming.
I would talk played with other scars, but what do you mean then, like?
Right on.
They're coming, they're coming. All sides. Nice. Bande.
Nice, man.
Come up.
HP for real.
No, Z, so that's stop asking him what the hell. Selling how collab already talked about
The
it
fact
a
that I have a
million times.
Phoenix
I'm done
and fucking
explaining.
L-Star and everything in that
Gonna happen.
situation is perfect, dude. There's two purples in the middle, dude. Like, what?
I got 8 cells here.
There's a swing man.
Yeah, there's a wingman on one of the boxes as well.
Some players anyways, yeah. Where's the Shun?
Wingman on one of the boxes. And it's supposed to go there.
Cool. I have unironically been enjoying this split and I don't know what's wrong with me.
I have not.
But like, I don't know, maybe I'm just... I don't fucking know, dude. Something's wrong with me.
I don't know. I literally stopped caring. I was like, maybe I go for high rank this season and actually like focus on RP, but then I just kept getting suicide bomb, but thank God hard sucks. And then yesterday I got stream sniped and shit like by bronze 4 cheater. And I was like, yeah, fuck this game.
The
This
dream.
is key. This is W key. Just fucking send it. getting stream sniped by a double Pathfinder Bronze 4 cheater.
What's
Two
wrong with that,
Pathfinders
man?
on the same team.
Two paths on the same team?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Wait, no way.
How?
Yeah, the new sheet.
Nice. That's nice. That'd be fun.
That's funny, dude. They got two of them, dude. What is? Why would you? Okay, you can pick two characters. You pick two Pathfinders.
Of course.
I mean,
Pathfinder cheaters is like the craziest shit.
yeah, you literally grapple in mid-air, you hit the fucking speed hack, and then you shoot your entire gun.
Just triple 12 bar charge if you want it.
Yeah, I'm too late.
Motherfucker grappled mid-air on us and just hit the burst key, shot his entire hemlock mag in 0.3 seconds, and then killed all three of us in one mag.
Damn, so you got fired or what?
So he's better than you.
Fun.
Straight up, just better. More mechanically skilled.
Yeah, he's got them more.
You're
more
mad
than
about it?
mechanic.
Insane. That's such a lion thing, dude.
Yeah, Lion's
I
getting
wish I could
mad
also
over
do the
this.
fucking. I wish I could do the just kill his entire team.
You wish you could do it?
Yeah, I wish
How
I
long
could
if you made a what's it called like a pact or whatever the fuck with Apex, right? You were like, you guys are not allowed to ban me manually. It has to find out I'm cheating. How long do you think you could go? Just straight up fucking mega aimbotting.
For like a year.
Probably a month until the reports actually do something.
Yeah, true. I'll say like a few weeks or so.
But no. We're talking about you can't get banned manually. It has to be an anti-cheat ban. So the cheat needs to get detected, and you get banned for the cheat being detected. I think we'd have a good year on us.
Yeah. Just play the game forever.
People in the LGS are getting banned now.
Yeah.
In fucking SA and shit.
Yeah.
Dual walls and shit. There are 100% pros out there that soft cheat. 100%.
100%.
For sure.
100%.
Oh, in front of us, in front of us. I jumped out.
I don't think that was the play, I'm not gonna lie.
I take the car.
I'm fighting.
140 on
45. Blocking one shot.
I'm getting pushed. I'm getting pushed hard. Hey, help. I fucking shit on him. 100 something on this wall on inside. 150 or something.
Scanning for you.
He's just gonna full heal. Maybe pop a res, Hackers?
Yeah, I'm resting.
I'm dead. Fuck! New team.
New team. You can run backwards.
Please don't finish me.
Or maybe res me. Maybe res me.
Hey, over. New team is over there.
Inside. I'm dead.
Might you be?
I'm queuing out.
I took the thief. Oh, it's in here.
Yeah, tip is bad.
That's like. What the fuck is that?
There's another team on me.
Two of them. Yeah, two of them are mega sending. I'm gonna call out. I'm sorry, I'm not hitting.
What?
Nothing. No.
You think I had chance? There's a third team. There's nothing I can do.
My bad, I guess. I expected the TP to be further than 5 meters.
Yeah, I mean, I just made it so I can, like, because they beamed me at the start, I made a little quick TP so I can just get some space and pop a bat, you know?
I thought you were going. I was probably like just go to the other side of the fucking stairs, and I'm like, oh, I'm inside the Fiji now.
Nah, I mean, just made like a quick midway because I was gonna get sandwiched. Unlucky. The whole fucking server shot up anyway.
Lucky man. Dude, why are people still playing fucking tanks? I don't understand.
Abusing the bug, baby. Gotta abuse the bug. I hate the Q times, bro. Should we go NA?
How we try?
I would be so
Change.
down.
Okay. Right. Okay. And Alliance Huckies. There.
I just joined you. Ready up, Hackers?
This party is full when I turn you on.
You're in.
You're in on us.
I put you.
I can't see you guys are restarting.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fuck, now we're gonna get bronze bug.
We won't. Worry about it.
This game with its bugs, bro. Holy shit, man.
I think I'll restart my lobby too.
Holy shit. We're fucked.
Alright, I'll probably get in.
I'm with Hackers right now.
Yeah, but get in with me.
Game.
Okay, leave again. Leave again, leave again.
Oh, it's because you're bringing him?
I guess, yeah.
I'm back in now.
We cloned him, dude. We cloned Hackers.
There we go.
I don't know, they should just, I don't know, maybe. There's no way Bank Smoke has always been like that, has it?
I don't know. Some people are saying it's been like that from the start of the season. Some people are saying it's season 8, so I don't know who to believe.
Just believe the people who abused it for the longest. Which are the console Andys.
They definitely have used that shit for a long time.
Yeah. They're fucking prepared for it.
I don't know. Whatever, dude.
It's always a control player doing the smoke shit. Did you guys realize that? Now I'm gonna with all the controller hate. Hey, you hate controller. Yeah, I fucking hate him when they do shit like that. I fucking hate him even more.
Who's the tallest character in the game? Isn't it a Revenant?
Wasn't it Path? I don't fucking know.
I'm pretty sure Revenant's taller.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised guys build like a fucking toothpick.
Rev is 7'2", I think. He's way taller than Path. But it's only when he stands up completely, you know?
Yeah. How tall is Pat?
I actually don't know. Wait, let me find out. He's 6'2".
So he's like a whole fucking holy shit.
Oh no, Revenant's 6'8". He's 6 inches taller. Holy shit.
Did you guys read the Exit versus CLG drama?
No, is that?
I know.
Like the CLG manager is forcing his team to contest in the Harvester even though the players don't want to because they need to prove that they belong on CLG.
What the fuck?
No way. Wait, who plays for CLG?
Mamba, Vatro, and Nano.
Right.
There's no way that's the thing, right?
Klein tweeted about it. He tweeted the DMs and shit.
Kidding me, dude? So they're literally being like basically blackmailed into doing that shit. Oh yeah, if you don't contest them and win then you're off CLG. That beat, you know? It's fucking stupid. That's literally dies of cringe. Square root of dies of cringe.
Oh.
What happened? Did I get unreaded?
Yeah.
Why? And so what happened? What is the conclusion of that?
I don't know. Seems like CLG is kind of cringe. I don't know.
Did the manager respawn?
I don't know. Some of the players are responding, but I don't know.
What did they say?
Everything's weird. Everything's weird. Well, I'll link you the fucking...
Dude, imagine they get dropped now because of it.
That's such an NA thing to drop teams because they prove like they don't do good like one time.
Yeah. Literally NA. Oh shit, it didn't work out. Oh, and, you know, we're not gonna give them more time to figure it out. Let's just fucking drop him, dude. Fuck.
We're getting 50-50 by a manager, not the team. And Harvester, who does not care what his players want to do and wasting their potential. This dude's ignorance is straight up ruining good players' careers.
Sheesh. He said it.
I engraved into Nano, Mamba, and Vatro that they need to pick one spot and earn it. No moving. I do not care if they place first or last as long as they do as I ask and win the spot we choose as a team. What?
Cap!
Well, if I had a team and they landed a fuck ton nothing and looted 3 bills and won every game, dude, I'd be like, yo, that's pretty fucking stupid, but it works, dude. Who cares?
Yeah, you fucking did it. Let's go, dude.
I don't know how are you guys winning with 3 nades. Fuck it, dude.
Good job. Keep it up, dude. You guys, your strats are sick.
Wait, why are 2 of you guys landing away from another guy on the other side of the map? Oh, because you guys like ratting to first place? And you guys win? Oh, okay, fuck it, dude. Go. Boom.
Oh,
I don't give a fuck.
When managers that have no idea what they're talking about get involved with their fucking teams, fucking... Oh, man, that's the worst. Motherfucker that has no clue.
No. Fuck. It's such... I don't want this to sound like fucking NA hate, but it's such an NA thing. You know, dude? It's such a... Dude, it just really is, dude. It's such an American thing, dude.
Like, your motherfucker does not know better than his team, and he's forcing them to do something that they probably don't even want to do because they know that their chances of winning any fucking money is lowering by like 50+%. Like
Maybe they don't care about money. Maybe it's just like have to prove.
If you're like, I don't know.
I don't fucking know. You don't I don't know. It also depends on like how much they get paid, I guess. Because if you pay them fuck ton nothing, dude, you'll just be like, oh yeah, I just want to see you guys fucking, you guys actually have some potential or whatever, like until your contract runs out.
Get 5k a month just to go fucking contest this team, get this spot.
Yeah, there's no shot. There's no shot to get paid 5k. TSM is still the team that has the highest average salary, I guess, right?
We don't have to be. I don't know what the fucking salary is, but they probably are.
I think it's used, dude. I think it is used.
Blue armor here. I need a 3-1.
Ardan. I'm Havoc massive.
PK down there.
No, but I think it's like CLG is still a new team, and it's like you should not fucking just like play around forcing a spot. Like just react drop. React drop is way better practice as a team anyway. Like
that
if you're a new team and you're like you're not even making finals or anything, just react drop.
I'm gonna be real
it's
with you.
way easier and way better to learn the game. Because then you can play both edge, you can play zone, you can you learn every single drop, you learn rotations. Like
I'm gonna be real with you, it's not the first time I heard shit about CLG being weird like that. I heard about them being fucking weird asses and all.
I know.
I mean, I've heard about the league scene, but
I've heard about a lot of things, a lot of different scenes. But this guy's just finished in front of us.
Yeah, they finished.
Is that a guy? There?
No! 136, dude!
What? English?
Yes.
No, I killed this guy. This is my kill.
Right.
You really think you can sit there? Fuck you. Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, you dying? Yes.
Good comms.
Oh fuck. I found the perfect thing for my monitor now. Holy shit. No, I didn't.
Listen to me, Pio Pio. Listen to me.
Okay.
This guy got locked out of his fucking... out of his door, dude.
Purple armors there and shit.
I got 301, dude.
Who got locked out of the door?
Well, this guy that died here.
Oh.
Yeah, like there's a rampart wall on the door, so you couldn't open the door and died outside of it.
Yeah, I was a little bit unlucky, I ain't gonna lie.
Poor guy, dude. Can't help but feel bad for him, you know?
If you guys find a turbo, I would love it very much. Fuck.
あそこにアイテムマみんなここ行きますホップアップを発
Not
見
a turbo.
ブーステッドローダ
Oh,
ー
maybe this? Nope. Holy shit. What's the
Double
chances?
boosted.
What are the chances that I found 2 golds and it's both boosted? Wait, what about this? Ah, no.
ホップアップを発見ブーステッドローダー
Just teasing over here, man. Come on, bro.
Dude. 3 gold ones. 3 juicers.
I don't like people that play triple take. Or not triple take, fucking turbo Andes, dude.
I mean, have it goaded.
Dude. They will always be strong. I don't know. Oh! Devo! Do I play Devo or Havoc?
Whatever you want.
Devo is... You know what? I'm playing triple take. Because I'm not a beta cog. Oh.
There's a gold, are you?
You haven't seen me use it. You know, Haggis, you need to know.
Yep.
I'm the king of using no meta weapons.
Right.
The triple deck isn't that bad, it's just fucking... The projectiles are so small now.
He's the king, dude.
Oh, so it's hard to use it. Ah, Alliance Hawkins, dude. Okay.
It is pretty hard to use. It's hard to use.
Oh my god, dude.
ショットガンボルトを発ショットガンボルトを
Damn,
発見
he's
レベル
scared.
2
Scared of using a weapon that's hard, dude.
Right.
I wouldn't say scared, I would just say inefficient.
I'd say you're scared. I'd say you're
Right.
scared.
Yeah, terrified, sorry, my bad.
No,
Right.
all good.
That made a lot of sense.
There.
チャンピオンは
I
判
need a
断を
3-1.
誤る
Oh,
Why did no 3-1 happen?
飛行機を発見近距離用ね
Telling you can't kill Marvin, so I just fucking killed him. What do you want? Kill him again? I killed 3 already this match, I think. I'll keep killing him. There's no rights for Marlins.
Okay, fuck it.
I like how every time I play with someone new, they still don't know that Marvin charges your armor if you kill him.
Yeah. It's
Like, why you kill
murder.
Marvin?
I hit him and
fucking evil.
I hit him and I quit him, you know?
こっちを探索しましょう
You guys ready? Farm?
Yeah, I need a 3-1, but yeah.
Back at you.
Shut the fuck up!
Lumina
Dude, I didn't trust you
Lumina.
in 2 days. That's sexy, dude.
3 months.
3 months, welcome back.
Oh, crap.
Times prayer.
Hey, thank
I can
you.
see it, it's poking out.
Yeah, right. Purple armor.
Hit fire.
Fuck. Holding the helmet, dude.
Kringe.
Oh no! Kringe!
No 3-1s. Kringe. It's like extra Kringe, dude.
Nice. Alright, there's a Marvin in here. I can shoot in the head so I can get purple armor.
Nice. I like that.
I like it. Picasso.
I need that.
That's like
Someone hit
here.
the juicer on the driver.
Maybe they have a turbo for me.
Motherfuckers do not spawn 3-1s anymore.
Fuck it. I'm plugging my armor. Apparently, there's no fucking way I'm finding someone to shoot.
Yeah, you gotta be good.
Watch me plug armor and get shot instantly. You ready?
Kraber.
They're ratting.
Yeah, dude. As soon as you plug that shit in. Oh my god, I'd be
スコー
sad.
プを発見近距離用ね
Plugging my armor too.
Oh, you also
No
plugging armor.
fucking way,
Yeah.
man.
I'm not
Hey,
plugging
fuck
one
it,
more
I'll do it
time, I'm
again.
gonna get red. I'm gonna get red armor.
ショットガンボルトを
No
発見
way,
レベル
man.
3
There we go.
How many bins have I opened?
すでにリング内よ。
Nice.
The fuck is going on?
レプリケーターを移送中。レプリケーターが投下される。
The fuck?
Dude, why do we have 3 fucking mobile respawn beacons, dude? What's wrong with us?
We got a res. Anyone want a backpack? I'm building backpacks.
I'm good.
Good.
Your armor set, dumbass.
I got a gold baggie. Oh, fighting on me. I'm dead.
Oh, my god.
On the tree.
Okay,
On the tree.
left side.
Oh, they're on the rock too. As well.
They probably don't know they probably think I'm fucking solo.
No angles right now. No angles at all.
Big juice on him.
I'm not even in range of scanning. I ran back.
No.
Horizon 82.
No. Oh shit! I died. Oh my god! I died.
They were shooting at a different squad.
Yeah, me.
He's got a 3-1.
You're fucking guitar, dude. I killed him. On left.
Full team pushing here. Full team pushing. Look at me.
Yep.
DB. Dead.
Nice.
They took TB. They took HTP.
That was fucking ass.
There's another team behind him. There's another team behind him.
I re-knocked you.
Half flash. Running up here, brother.
I'm fucking helping
Wait, this guy on me here though.
I got a
You're
back.
right, we're fine.
This team are raising constantly.
Where?
Right in front of us in choke. 500 almost
Nine?
tracked.
No! Wait, they're 3?
Yeah. Give me a knock.
They're gonna push by the
Yeah,
back.
they are. They're getting shit on.
Do you take the
right
TP
now.
back or not?
I don't think the TP is gonna run out. A few punches never hurt nobody, Hackers.
Yeah, but I'm sandwiched by
A few punches never hurt nobody.
He blocked. He's blocked up, yeah. Blocked.
Fuck, have gold knocker. They're looking.
Back now.
What's that? That's right.
You're trying to finish me? Can you fuck this guy's mom? And that guy's mom.
Right side. You can top everyone. Yeah, there's people
Keep behind me.
There's people fucking everywhere. How do I get one clip?
No way, this team is pushing from the choke.
You gotta get toasted by someone who's not even here.
I'm good.
Yeah, they're looting Hackers right now.
It's fucking Australian ping.
Control, where is it? Oh shit.
Ah. What about shooting the team in front of you, you little fat bitch, huh? Woo. They're dead.
Oh, fucking sucking. No way he pops a bat.
Fuck, dude.
Shit, they're dog shit.
Bullet.
Yep.
Fucking cocksuckers, man.
I definitely felt the Australian ping. I got one clip before, like, I aimed in my fucking Hammock 3x, started shooting him, did 100 damage, and like I didn't even see him shoot his gun before I died. Australian ping is amazing.
Australia? Down under?
There's like a 500 ping difference too, so I can't really expect super much out of it.
Right. Right.
Roll enthusiast. You can get a rat.
Man, this game is easy to chat. Yeah, it's kind of like a time pause, just like stops everyone from moving. Holy shit! Okay, I'm losing some health here. I have no idea how it's. No fucking clue. But you're looking great, thanks, dude. I haven't seen a chicken in forever, dude. This game's so easy. I don't understand how Tashin can do this. Ba-ba-da-da. Ooh, I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. Game. Stone Mask, a thing that I did not want to begin with, but I accidentally picked it up because I thought it was another godlike. Stupidity. My stupidity. Again? What the shit, though?
進むのよ正しい道を。
頑張って楽しんで死なないで。
死なないで。
力を合わせれば勝利に恵まれる。
勝利。
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
注目されるのは上手い戦士じゃない、最強の戦士だけだ。
I think I baited on this one. What's up? What's up, Travel?
気があるなら息を止めた方がいい。
2 teams, I think. 3 teams, maybe. Yeah, I think it's 3 teams.
Not cool. How about the States? Nothing? Okay.
Yeah, that's odd.
Commit to stupidity.
Punching Manuel. Money needed.
攻撃中。リロード中だ。敵のシールドを割った。敵がダウン。
30 on 2 of them. 30 white here. Pop crack.
Oh my god. Oh my god. These guys.
Audio. Got like a whole team on me there.
This thing's dead.
Yeah, a whole team on me. Or maybe 2.
Nobody's close. I'm the rest. We have arms up outside.
Yeah.
I don't have an ammo. I need to go loot them.
There's nothing to loot. There is loot. Except for the dead motherfuckers. Dude, what this
where the
fat
fuck are the dead
fucking
motherfuckers
bitch
at?
mom up here.
Oh, I can see them.
Good Devo.
I'm taking it.
I only have a PK. And I got fucking headshots. Let's go.
I'm almost in.
Yeah.
Listen here, this is what's gonna happen. When they push us, I'm gonna queue into one of them. And I'm gonna fucking one-shot them.
Yep. If you survive. If we get to that point.
Shut up.
He's pushing left here, pushing left.
Yeah.
There are 2 of them. They're nading.
Corner. Purple
He's
armor.
fucking cheating. No cap. He's fucking cheating.
Yeah, he doesn't miss. I'm betting.
I'm not a med,
Yeah, he's trying to shoot me through the fucking glass, through the wall. The Pathfinder's cheating.
Yes.
He must be. He just tried to.
I need to go low again.
This guy lost 140 on this guy.
The Pathfinder must be cheating.
He's just looking at me and teabagging. Yeah, I think so. He's lagging around and shit.
Can you
run
Do you have
forward?
syringes? Do you have
Run
syringes?
forward.
2.
Run forward.
He's coming.
Nade.
Play the door here.
Oh, the door? Fuck me. I might be dead then. Yeah, he's on me. I can't make it back.
He made ass. Yeah, easy.
Ryzen's dead.
Play together.
Just heal.
You gotta look for me. You bait me. Just bait me.
What's I'm doing? They got 30. They got 30.
You jump side.
Come.
I'm out of meds now.
Yep. I got soul for you. They're dead.
Fucking cheaters, man.
What the fuck is this?
Oh my. I got fucking police fired.
Holy shit. You gotta get roof fast.
Yeah. You get this back. Oh, there's the lobby close us. Very close.
Yeah.
Crap.
What am I dying?
Behind you, Arthur.
They're coming up. Come on.
Dude, can I die deeper on the fucking corner, dude? Holy shit. I'll give you that. Oh, you're good.
And it's a different fucking dude. Literally a different squad. Fucking lovely. And I'm dead. Like, it's a different squad. How is it 2 squads? And why are everyone chasing me?
It's the same. It's the same.
What?
Yeah.
How did they make it so fast to the balcony?
Wait, audio.
What?
No way you're here, bro. Your mom is so fucking fat. I didn't even see the Pathfinder's name. What was he? I was gonna report him.
The Baradon.
Oh, fucking hell. The Baradon.
Yeah.
Probably stream snipe cheating as well. Or stream. Dude, this dog doesn't shut up. Be right back. Yo, good night, Adam. Just watching. This dog does not shut the fuck up, man. She doesn't shut up ever. Just barking at the air, man. Terrible. Cool skin. We're on NA crap abated. We're on NA servers. Malpass is whatever. Jaga. Come back next year. We slow down for the crowd. Oni, what's up? And let's see this fucking. God, I have so much shit going on in the background chat. Holy fuck. My brain is exploding from so much thinking I have to do. Yo, dayo. How's the weather in Croatia? It's sunny. So sunny that I can't open my fucking blinds because I can't see my monitor. Yeah. That's so sunny it is.
I think we're alone. Alright, there's a fucker on me. Hello?
Oh. So much for being alone. No.
It's the same cheater. He's one shot though. He's one shot. He's literally one shot.
Where is he, on the corner?
Yeah, on the right, left corner. He just popped the cell. He's 50 HP. 50 HP right here.
I can't kill him.
Use me. Nice. His teammates.
No, it's his teammates, but his teammates suck, man. It's you, 1
yeah,
or 2.
his teammates are solo queue.
Just go ahead and fucking murder them. Climbing left. Dude, if they get him up,
he's resting. He's resting. Yeah, he's resting. I'm literally one shot.
Bangalore in front.
Isn't running? Yeah.
You rest him, right?
I think so. They're rushing now. Nice, good shit. I'm dying, I'm 1 second.
Okay, good hits.
Nice, good shit.
Okay, I reported that guy, he's gonna get banned now. Is this stream typing you?
I don't know. Might be the same guy from yesterday, I have no fucking clue. He just thinks his name, maybe your new account.
Twitter, man? What did you say on Twitter? Holy shit, man. This is the only game in which pro players can't play the fucking game. It's fucking sad, man.
Dude, he was 25 HP as well, and then he just fucking killed me. I was like, okay.
Hey, so he's better than you. That's what we're saying.
Yeah. Baradon. Well, he's banned for sure, but...
Yeah, the guy that stream sniped me yesterday, his name is Murloc, so I don't know.
Murloc? Dude, that was a good game. You guys ever played Murloc before?
No.
No, I've not played Murloc.
Oof, that was a jammer, dude. Dude, Murloc was crazy.
I played the fucking, what's it called? The Murloc World of Warcraft game.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Ah, nice.
The World of Warcraft Murloc one. It's a fucking jammer.
Fucking know what you guys are talking about.
There's no way you don't know that.
Oh, what game is that?
It's... Dude, what the fuck is it, dude? You know?
Murloc game? I know what a Murloc is from World of Warcraft. I know what a Murloc is. It's one of those fucking sea fucking idiots that are maybe got a farm on the coast. But like, I don't know what the Murloc game is. What?
It's good. It's fucking good.
Right,
it's so fun.
I'm pushing his res.
Yeah, I'm coming.
One.
Probably two.
Two reses. Two reses.
These things.
Great fucking 80 on white armor down below me. Doctor. Almost died for it.
Down.
Nice.
I'm dropping.
Bomber's on the backside. Blue armor Pat.
Yeah.
Two were rezzed. Pat and Wraith were rezzed. I don't know who. Oh, that's a different team.
Are they running to a new team?
Yeah.
Got that. Oh, I got naded. The fuck? There's no indicator or nothing.
Welcome, baby.
I'm scanning for you guys. Nobody goes.
I'm going up. I don't know.
How's the package?
Yeah. Yeah, buddy!
I'm not boosted. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah. Questionable.
What the fuck was that? I'm masters, man. I gotta be boosted to masters.
Are you 10? Are you 10k hard strike though? That's the right thing.
Nope. 10.5, baby.
Nice.
You know we ain't. You know we ain't hardstyle here.
Never been, never will be.
Exactly.
Only league.
Well, I was pred, but then we took a 2-day break, and now you know, people know life. And here we are.
Yeah, fuck me if Per's gonna be like 22k again this season.
It's gonna be higher.
No
yeah.
shot.
I think Red is gonna be 30k this season. 100%. 100%. I mean, did you see how fast it went up at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's
that was
gonna go like that the
partially
entire
because of
season.
cheaters though.
Yeah, a lot of boosters. There's a zipline down here.
Got you.
I don't mind Olympus. I definitely think Storm Point's the best for N, in my opinion. I didn't like World's Edge, man. The way people play World's Edge, I don't like it. Like last World's Edge split was one of
Everyone's
the
just
worst
hot
splits.
drops.
Yeah, it was one of the worst
Everyone
splits.
just hot drops.
Right? It's not just me thinking that, right?
I mean, World's Edge is by far the best map, but it's just people play the worst.
Yeah,
on it
the way,
because they-
yeah, it's like this map is good, but the split was so fucking bad. It was not fun at all.
Yeah, I put down for you guys.
I mean, World's Edge would be good if the fucking they changed the rank system. So you don't get the. Oh,
I almost died. I almost died.
This is a bad one.
Holy fuck, dude.
Extra bat on me.
拡張ライトマガジンを発見。
They're fighting at docks.
Yeah.
Triple bag.
Best jet emoji gone.
In light mode.
トリプルテイクを発見。
Triple take.
You're right in front of me.
Where is right in front of you, bro?
Here.
Yeah, they're running out of the car. Running towards the car.
60, crack. Cannon man. Yeah.
60 on Ash as well. I'm marking up. Team above as well, careful.
Ash crack. Ash low. Fucking low.
Above
Ah, they're moms. Holy shit, Dash.
Oh my god, you're so lucky there's a fucking railing in front of you, man.
I keep forgetting we're in 200 ping. No wonder I'm being beaten by that.
でも
arrow
警
from
戒
me.
はしてる。
They're coming back,
Climbing on me.
guys.
Yeah, climbing on me.
Cracked one. Horizon.
I'm putting down an arc star. I'm getting fucking angled, man. I'm
Ash
getting
dead,
angled,
Ash
right?
Ash
Oh
dead.
no. There's a fucking team behind me. Dude.
Yeah, there's a team over there. Cool. No, just stay there, hackers. They have no idea.
One guy down. They're dying above,
Oh, you have gold bag.
Yes, sir.
They're resing.
Stand up.
Fuck him. Can't do anything about it. There's still a fucking team pushing me!
I'll wait for Mandy.
I'm stopping.
敵を倒した。敵を仕留め
Flanking.
Carson almost cracked 90. They're resting on me. All the other. Last team on Mandy.
It's just solo.
No, full team.
Really?
Full team chasing Mandy. Full team chasing Mandy. Carson, 80.
Horizon. 80 again.
Wait, 60 flash.
Knocked! Hey, fuck you, bitch!
One shot Octane, dead.
Oh! Wait, no way!
You guys are dead. No way. You guys suck there. Where's the Horizon? There.
Fucker.
No. It would have sucked if someone sat on their banners now, right?
Now, Alexa, set a
Set a-
timer, 1 minute and 30 seconds.
シールドをリチャージしないと。
He's right there somewhere.
あそこに敵がいる。
He was there. Yeah, but that's where I saw him run. He could be hiding behind boxes.
Yes,
waiting
yes,
for the
yes.
banner. Is he?
Coco, I'm coming. 100% yes.
Yeah, look at him, look at him.
Where is he?
Purple.
Give me the fucking, I need KP.
Oh, they're ulting me.
Kill him faster, I'm gonna lose it. Ah, got it. Ah, it feels good to kill chasers, bro. They chase so long.
Oh my god.
They chased
me
you for
from
so
there.
long, dude.
They chased me from down there up to here and they fucking lost.
A whole year passed, bro.
Oh my god, these mouth bitches, dude.
Me and Arpia killed 2 full squads while you were getting chased.
Yeah, we did.
These motherfuckers, dude. They're dead now.
I remember when I made a declaration of camping banners that I lost my shit that night. Fully.
They're fighting.
Yeah, and the last 2 teams are there, so.
Is that a trade?
Yeah, I don't know. I think so.
Ooh, there's only 1 squad left. I'm fucking coming.
Rising gold. Oh, wow, who would have thought we won it?
We won it. We killed the cheater and we won the game. Let's go. He's probably waiting for us.
Wait, think so? He's deep in lobby, just waiting?
Dude, he just took a fucking 20-minute jerk off race until he knows we get ready to go again.
Someone said there's a new Legend League Orc, aka Sniper Specialist. You think that's the thing?
Wow! I don't fucking know, I don't fucking care.
That'd be kinda cool.
Sniper
What does a sniper specialist mean? Is there ulti a sniper or what?
Carries 2 snipers
Dude,
while
imagine.
having another gun.
Dude, the ult is fucking, the ult is you pull out a crab, dude. And you have to
pull out your cock.
Maddie would coom every game.
Dude, I'd be playing that shit. I'm running around with 17 fucking, we would be playing Watson in the team just to be able to carry more fucking, ult excels, dude. Someone said the ult is like a crab. There's no shot.
They're copying Valorant then. Because Valorant has that one character that
Sniper kit. Dude, how the fuck do people read this?
Doesn't Valorant have a character that does that shit?
It is the crab. Are you serious?
Tell me one more thing. Is he a recon legend?
It will be a recon legend, the same as Pathfinder and Crypto. Also, her kid will be related to snipers, as mentioned on her nickname.
Instead of Valkyrie then? But one thing...
Sniper, meter vision, spotter sight is her tactical, throws a bird she can control, and ultimate is triple tap, uses blue Kraber. There's no way!
Come on, can I cheat? But how many uses does that Kraber have?
3 shots.
3 shots?
3.
And you just pop ult cells and you keep going?
Oh my god, dude. Hey.
But who would you replace?
Anyone.
Valkyrie, right?
Anyone. Dude, me on that character? Hey, dude, 100%. Dude, imagine. Blue Kraber? How much does that do? 1 shot head?
Well, it has to if it's like a Kraber, right? Either way, it's gonna do a lot of damage, and even if you body shot, you're gonna be like bussing.
Oh.
It's so bad for competitive. Like that's like the polar opposite of what you want for competitive. Now instead of one person getting super fucking lucky and fighting Kraber, now you're gonna have every single team with a fucking Kraber. Every fight is gonna be who's gonna Kraber each other better. By the way, Hakis, you're probably talking and you're muted. Just saying.
It'll probably be 100 body shot, I'll say. Maybe 200 headshot?
150 body.
50 body. Nobody would fucking play it then, dumbass.
Well, it's a 3-shot sniper. It has to do a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, but you said 50. That's
I said
nothing.
150, man.
Oh, but you said 50. I was like, there's no shot.
Isaki's here?
I'm here.
You talking about? You
guys lubed up your asshole? You guys ready?
You guys hear what I just talked about, Hakis?
About the character with the sniper filter or what?
Yeah.
Blue Kraber.
How do you like that, Hakis? You know, Kraber. You're one of the biggest, you know, ambassadors of getting Kraber out of comp. Rightfully so. And now they add a character that everyone has a Kraber.
It would depend on like what the other abilities are. Otherwise, like I feel like a character that her only uses a Kraber. I don't know.
It's it's like a bird you can like control, and her passive is like meter sight. I don't know. I guess she sees better, so she can look far away.
It's a recon character, so she's gonna be played 100%.
I'm being aped here, I think. Yeah, there are 2 here between me.
Come up if you can.
Yeah, coming up.
I'm fucking them. I'm gonna knock one of them, okay?
I'm ready to drop. I got gold havoc.
Push down on them. Push down on them. She queued out. 54. You're dead, motherfucker.
What is happening?
Where the fuck are you flying up? Him. I got assist on no room. This server is so laggy.
It's any.
Yeah, but it's extra laggy.
Here.
Below me.
Below me?
Hey, help. 1 HP on his off king. Nice. Last guy. Need assistance! Need assistance!
Team.
Oh no!
The cheater.
Man.
Do you crawl down somehow?
Downstairs.
No way.
Get downstairs again.
Unless you punch me in the ass.
Oh, he's fucking purple. How do you have a purple armor and come in 3PS?
They're bubbled.
You getting down, Haggis?
Yeah, I'm going down, coming down. I'm just trying to cover for RPR a little bit, but...
The second floor. No way he finishes me, bro. Someone punched me once, man. I had that.
Fine, we can get his banner here at least.
I'll take it.
I'm scanning. I scanned it, I'm grabbing.
I'll take it.
Oh, you got it. They might drop now. Are we running or what?
Yeah, get the fuck out.
They're on you, Hakis.
I think they're on me. Ooh, yeah, they are on me. Bye.
What's up, Kudo?
Knocked one!
Oh, never mind, we fight.
Chat
Oh, no, right here,
yeah, I don't know. Chat has been
150,
for like
120
a week or
120
two
blood
now.
on. He's 30 HP.
People
30
are just
HP.
kind of like tired, I guess.
I killed this guy.
I mean, we're playing Apex.
I'm
Maybe 80.
We're playing Apex, so you know it's pretty sleeper.
Crack TB. Scanning.
44. What? Oh, what? He was not low? No way!
Bro,
140! He has 10 HP! Dude, fuck, I should have just rest RPR.
They just pumped me at the same time. I fucking evaporated.
Dude, there's no way! What?
Back to farm.
Both
back
of them fucking pumped me for 60.
What do you guys think? Do we beat it here, chat? Do we beat the game here?
What?
How do we get 3-peat by a team with double perp, mastiffs and everything? How do you have perfect loot before even like leaving the spawn?
We could have like even rezzed me there if someone just punched me once on the stairs. I was almost down by myself.
I think I should just plug you there, and then we just take the 3v2 while I was arresting you. Fuck.
For sure.
So sad.
But I wanted to help Hakis because you went down.
Yeah, Bloodhound was 30 HP, he healed up full, and then I cracked the GB as well.
Dude, I hit the Bloodhound for 140, dude. 140!
I use 10 HP then.
I'm just gonna win this game. There's no way I lose this
Damn.
Vandalier is like a cheat code. I got 3 upgraded items, you can't lose. The lightning ring, the magic wand, Vandalier. Practically I have 7 weapons because of Vandalier. I'm just farming. Oh, I didn't level up my whip yet. This lightning ring upgraded to the max is fucking broken. Look at it. I'm just deleting half the map. And then Vandalier in combo with it. Holy shit. Ah, damage. Yeah, Tuzi, tell me about it, man. Oh, here we go, here we go. Farmage. It's called the Vampire Survivor. There's the name. And now we just level. Because we can't level up any of our abilities. We are just juiced to the max. Heal up a little bit. You just gotta survive 5 more minutes. We're good. Oh, boss. Here we go. Oh, this might end badly for me. I have to juke the boss because he's tanky. Should be fine though. We should be fine. We should be fine. Come on, kill the fucking boss. How much HP does he have? How much HP does this motherfucker have? There we go. Yeah, it's the combination of 2 birds per turn. If you get both ebony wings and the... What's the other called? Like the Patcheron or whatever the fuck it's called. They combine into Vandalion or whatever. Vandalorian. Then you can lose. And basically you level up that completely and then you get another fucking weapon. Because it opens up a slot.
Why is Shivan playing NA as well? Are they also getting stream sniped or what?
I don't know.
I like how you play with anonymous mode, but then you see a Bangalore with 150 kills, 100,000 kills.
Yeah, dude, there's that. That's not shit. There's probably like 2 dudes on the planet who has more than 100k on Bangalore. Yeah, the lightning ring is fucking sick with the upgrade.
Mandy here.
Mandy, are you here?
I was about to say the past races a long time ago.
Oh yeah, well, he's not here.
Alright, well I'm going Icarus.
There's like 3 teams going camp.
2, I think, yeah. Oh, I was landing my fucking branch.
I think it's a wingman game. I don't play wingman at all.
Wingman's nice on NA.
High ping?
It's like Yudo's, yeah, high ping wingman's is nice.
Fuck, dude.
I mean, I like wingman always, but yeah, I do.
Classic Mandy, dude.
That's Mandy instinct. Are they fighting orbitals still?
I don't know, there was 3 teams. 3 different color trails.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I'm already here. I'm already here to their part of it. They'll be like, bro, how the fuck are they so fast, dude?
Yeah.
Get the strat of AFK in the plane and then let's go 3P. Alright, my loot is kinda ass, but... Okay, no man. I'm happy now.
Purple armor? Oh, my loot's kinda ass. Just purple armor.
It was ass up until that point. Now I'm happy.
They just rest one?
I come with a zip here.
7 on one guy? Yeah, perp. They're in here. They're all 3 in here.
Fucking mad.
Wait, they can come out.
Yeah, they can. They got a left door, do they?
Yeah, they're left and right. All these doors.
Hackies? Curd it.
I
Fuck
am
up.
here in 1 second.
They're about to swing me.
I'm standing in 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're right on me.
Dude, we just wait.
How long do you want to wait? 5 minutes? 6 minutes?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
down.
do something.
They got controllers, so don't get close. Race is a stake player. Yeah, Watson does not. Or not Watson, Valkyrie is not.
He scanned me. I mean, I can crouch back up, scan this, and try to swing one.
I'll get my 40 30%.
30 on the back. I'm 90% on my ulti, but...
They're preparing to push out a door, I think.
If they start TP, we just push the 2 others, right?
Yeah. Or TP. One or either.
Right there? Now
I'm 98 on my ulti, we can push up with this, I think. Yeah, put the hand down.
They
pop as well.
No. Dude, I just want to shoot one more time so I get blue armor.
They might swing left, no? I get my port in 7%.
Wait, go. On me.
Go in.
I'm hiding.
Dude, what the fuck is happening?
We got a new team. I can't look. I can't see them. New team. No.
Fuck off. What? How are we 3-pit already? He's been lurking the entire time. And he's coming to us, of course he is. I wouldn't come to us. Oh, this is fucking horrible.
Hack is Dr. Dabs TV did. Get right here. Yeah, medkit down, no medkit.
Yeah. You got controller!
Wait, they got wiped?
Go fucking
2v2. It's 2v2. The 3P got wiped. It's 2v2. They're resting. Still 2v2. They're low in there. You should probably push before the reset. Oh my god.
What the fuck just happened there?
One is still knocked. Okay, I'm not hitting any. I'm just not hitting. I'm gonna die here. I'm stuck. Fog. I gotta heal.
Yeah, just play around the rest.
I'm gonna res actually. Commander, you can die.
I mean,
they're all alive.
They're resting now.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh, it's fine, just rest him.
Can you cancel their res?
I love my life. For this earth. Praise Father God, Lord up in heaven, dude. Poggers,
you wanna build a snowman, Mandy? You wanna build a snowman?
We got poo on me, dude.
You wanna build a snowman? Come out and play.
Let me guess. We're the ones being pissed.
Bye.
God, I'm gonna fucking. Dude, I'm just gonna turn into. I'm just gonna turn religious, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm straight up just gonna turn religious. I don't care. I'm gonna start praying every day.
Fight each other, you stupid fucking idiots, man. How did that? That's another team. I hate this game, dude. I hate this game.
It doesn't even end on us. Why is there 5 teams here?
This game is not fun.
Like, straight up.
That's a new fucking team.
Nice.
Why do Valk Rockets do that, man? That's so fucking stupid.
Oh. Dude, dude, we knock a guy and I just hear.
I'm Guy. Thank you, whoever.
And I just lose all my HP. I was lucky, man.
Shut the fuck up.
I fucked the raid on the team inside. I think it was Cruz and PvP and them.
Shut the fuck
Did you one clip his ass? And then I tried to push on the side and I just get 3-1 in the back. Team ratting the entire time waiting for us to fight.
I love it, dude.
They have given 71 gift subs in the channel.
Cheska, thank you for giving Cool Fire and 31. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where is Medusa City?
Damn.
Can't
That's
lose.
lucky, dude.
Do I lose here, Chad? I wonder if I lose here. Yeah, no, I don't lose, chat. I'm fucking joking. There's no way I lose. Only killed 33,000. I killed 100k in one game. Once. There's a time limit, it's 30 minutes. Max level, no. You can go as far as you want. I got my character to 111 or 112 at one point. And they're really setting up now. Last minute. Can we do it? Last minute. Last fucking minute, chat. We're sending it all. It's do or die for me. It's do or die for me. It's do or die. It's do or fucking die.
私はあなたと共にあり、あなたは私と共にある。そして今日、我らは戦うのだ。
あなたが必要なものは全て持っているわ。
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
15. Ooh. A little bit more. Don't die. 5 seconds.
楽しい長距離落下だ。
123 level, 123.
I'm going here.
Oh, I'm already going.
I'm with Hackers. I'm just making sure Hackers is good. Oh, okay, I'm going down.
Land on the other side, right?
I think so.
Oh really? There's people?
Yeah. If they come, I'll devo them.
I am alternator re. No, nobody close.
I feel like I heard somebody land here. What?
Yeah, I thought so too.
God. What's that?
Yeah, but we got that shit. Let's rewind.
Fighting in the fucking ball place.
I'm going to the balls.
The funnels and balls.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I was farming a little bit too hard, that's why I better went all over the place.
Isn't that right, Hackers? Swedish people are not real people.
Swedish people are not real people?
Yeah.
So what are they?
Fake.
They're just fake, dude.
And Danish are real?
Yeah.
I think all Scandinavians are fake.
I don't think Danish people are people, they're potatoes.
Haha, okay. Oh no.
Oh look, potato dying.
Swapping. Are they pushing?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Mirage gamer. Mirage purple 60.
Holy fuck, dude.
Shit, fucking 9 dudes, bro.
You be on the roof? They all have purples. The fuck did you guys smoke? Fucking harder.
Is that him?
Standing.
120.
Well, one close on Manny, one close on Manny.
120 on the guy close.
Where?
I'm clear out, I'm clear out. Please don't hit me.
They doubled him.
I did 120 on him.
I'm marking the side of the bubble.
Catch me off, catch me off. I'm swinging her up here, swinging her up here.
Oh
Can't
shit,
do
I
anything,
think
1
back.
second.
Nice.
Knock one.
I'm batting. Why did he do that? That could be stupid. Is that a third party?
No clue. Might be. Not 30.
Nice, it's special. Fine.
Oh, that is a different team.
Oh.
Is that a Mirage?
It's
The Mirage.
yes. What does that break? I'll push your left side. I think there's a new team down there.
Cute out here.
Farm here.
Oh, it's fucking
Mirage right
Mirages again. There's like 4. In front of me, in front of me.
Wait, 45 blue.
120. No. Dude, no.
Who's the Mirage?
I'm dying.
I can't raise you. What the fuck is this lag?
Oh my god. Nice.
Phoenix hit here.
Nice.
Here, I'm dropping it.
Oh yeah. I don't need it.
Okay.
You
got me.
Yeah.
There's another perp on the last body. Where we killed the first guy.
ケアパッケージ降下故障箇所を修理中
I'm about to dead motherfuckers here.
自己修復中アイテムは命より重い
Boom.
シールドをリチャージしないと
Can I still grapple them and fly?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I don't think it fits.
ここを見ラッキ
They're
ー
fighting over here.
拡張スナイパーマガジンを発見した
Fighting north.
I'm fucking coming.
ポップアップを
On my left there.
ター
I
ボチャー
shot
ジャ
the
ー
fucking.
It's a solo mirage on me. Solo mirage on me. Oh, he's holding me.
攻撃されている敵と交戦中
Oh, fuck, a headshot me.
敵のシールドを割ったよ
Nice.
Mirate.
部隊が全滅した
9076.
アイテムを奪おうリロード中だ
8781,
リ
baby.
ロード中だ
What the fuck was you shooting at?
Baiting
There's
probably.
another team.
On me, I feel. Yeah. I'm on me, I feel. Keep it somewhere.
You feeling?
I just got scanned.
Yeah, they came back. And they were just outside my range.
Blue arm on the blood on.
Wait, we're gonna third party here. Look at where we fucking are in zone.
Good.
You want just full send or what?
Good.
On the other roof. Time on me.
I see.
Back on the other side.
I can't see you right now.
Right on me.
Go from inside.
60 on blood. Big time.
Fight them. Wait, guys.
You can't swap. Dog shit.
New team, new
They're
team.
on the back right now.
Stabilize. They died to new team.
リロード中
I'm playing a little bit hard away from you guys.
Scanning. On the door.
Push you inside.
I gotta queue out because I got
120
access
on one
on my
guy.
ass.
I'm gonna run here.
120 on two of them.
You shot through the window. I'm about to die here.
Blood on, almost cracked. I'm probably medkit. You're fine, Hackers.
I'm batting here.
On the roof. Great.
Scanning
I'm
on top.
500.
I'm probably make it.
I gotta heal, I got no. Fuck, I gotta Phoenix this.
Oh no, I'm out of
bad.
arrows.
Not bad, so I gotta Phoenix.
I gotta take Peter, 2 sec.
Jam.
They're running.
Really?
Not on the door. Not at all.
Oh, they're right here, right here.
Scanning.
Oh, 2 sec. I'm getting angle.
Running up. I'm running up there.
Run up on me.
500 cracked.
Simon,
500
Mandy.
cracked.
On the building. On the back of the building.
500 fucking cracked again.
敵のシールドを割ったわ
Scan them.
I'm going for a kidnap.
トンネルを開けるわ
They're aping, they're aping.
Can you kick twice? Fuck.
One sec. I can't.
Oh, big damage.
I think I got him.
Back two of them.
Behind you, outside.
攻撃を受けてる
I got him. 1 HP blood on him. He's gonna come to the point.
He went back.
1 HP blood outside.
New team again. Get inside.
I'm going to Manda.
Dude, they're fucking pushing me.
Scan. I'm selling.
少しシールドをリチャージする
I'm with Manda.
フェニックスキットを使う
シールドをリチャージ
Oh, on me.
Fuck. I'm gonna try and help Hack.
He's low. He's solo rated. He ran away.
20 flush on him.
He should be like 50 HP.
I don't know where he is now.
シールドをリチャージ中
The other team's aping.
Hold on. 83 headshot. Knock one. No shit. 57
Keep
flash.
shooting.
Yeah, I am.
Solo Wraith is still here on your left up here.
Yeah, I hear him.
He's popping a Moby though or something. No, it's a replicator. You can maybe get me up here.
That's what I'm thinking.
You can.
But this solo rate might grief me while
All
I'm
three are here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still here.
Okay, I'm popping a Phoenix,
Straight up, biggest lead is
protect me from the solo, guys. Up here, I mean. Protect me from solo.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking for it, but I don't see him.
Okay, I'm good now, I'm good.
Who the fuck's flying behind me?
They're running away!
Where?
Like this side.
Thank you very much.
We can get loot here, it's free. Everyone's gone. They just valve open. Holy fuck, what's happening? What's happening? Wait, what?
260 here. Blue armor, blue bag is one.
I need light as well.
Triple light. Someone should probably switch.
Fuck, fine. Man. We're gonna kill squad.
I have no light. I guess I'll switch to
there.
fucking 10 block, dude. I don't know. No reason I have no light.
On the building, do we just ape this or what? Almost cracked valve. Yeah.
I don't have bats or anything.
You guys have bats at 21, so that's it.
I'm 2 bats only. 2
I'm already out. Raise your head, glitch.
Where are they? Are they in the main building here?
On the building. Yeah, right here.
He doesn't know, he doesn't see me. Oh, nice. He just got outplayed by his fucking scan.
Pop an arm, running closer. I'm arcing and pushing, On the roof.
Pressing Q.
He's guy on the right.
I'm playing on Hattis.
I'm probably slower too.
I got fired. I'm not dying.
45 purple on Valk.
Out.
I'm batting it. GB up, careful.
Got us out.
Give me fucking gig shock. Gig shock, dude.
Crack the guy. One shot.
Oh shit.
What the fuck is that?
Scanning close. They're pushing.
I'm going medkit because I'm
bad.
Get roof.
Blood on 150.
Okay.
Wait on me. 120. I need help.
Made it downstairs, they can't push it.
There.
So much damage.
Okay, I killed the raid. I got the left side.
Top on me.
I can't. This blowdown is fucking lagging like a bitch, man. I hit him only 50. It's last guy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
only one guy.
Right him.
Self-pressing in here. Self-pressing in his little toilet.
66 on bottom.
Nice, last guy self-press right here.
Don't have go back, please. Love it.
Resurrect me.
Phoenix.
Resurrect me.
Okay, we're good.
Resurrect me.
Yeah, Manny's got that. I'm one shot.
Hello, someone.
Yeah, Manny's got you.
Someone hurry up. Use the gold back for fast healing, dude.
Why didn't you rest yourself?
They didn't give me the gold one, dude.
Old PK.
Okay, well, I'm no batteries, man.
6 bat now, but there should be a lot on the bodies.
Dude, okay, guess I'm done playing light ammo. I have to play this dog shit weapon.
Alright, there's no fucking bats anywhere, you lying son.
What are you smoking?
4 bats right there. 4 batteries right there. And you say no bat. Back.
Yeah, I'm popping cells anyway, because I'm gonna need these bats in the fight.
There's so much light right there.
What did you drop?
I see a Kraber. I'm going for it. No, they just joined it.
I'm fucking ready. I got a Havoc out. Havoc, turbo charger.
It's a Kraber over here.
There is?
I don't know. Someone just took a package.
Who the fuck just used that? Are you?
Yeah, I used it.
What the fuck? Where's my red dot?
Oh, wait. My bad.
Dude, what was it? That's an extended sniper mag.
In front of us. It is time. Look at that guy up there.
Crack the horizon from the first.
They're aping. I'm aping.
Right here.
Bison one shot on me.
That bridge shit on. Right. 1 HP on the bloodhound.
What the fuck? What?
Batting.
Be careful, there's some sus shit going on there.
Ah! Fine. Fucking roller player, dude. Look at his movement.
Last one, last one, brother. Last one.
He's getting sucked right here. He's standing still looting. He doesn't know how to move and loot. He's getting hit by this.
Holy shit, man. Kill that guy on the right, man, there.
We probably should go around. Our spot sucks. Our spot sucks. We can go around there, catch him.
1 HP bat! Holy fuck, I used 14 bats!
Doesn't matter.
I'm not kidding.
Again. I'm doing the damage.
9-1.
I'm fucking shaking. I'm jittering the fuck out of my life, dude.
Back on the track. Track back, track back.
How many nades do these controller players have?
Wait, beat the flash, beat the flash. Beat the
For that!
I'm holding down the fort, dude.
Holy shit, I popped like 8 bats in that fight.
Yeah, it's
fucking hell, dude.
PvP, solve, and cruising.
Who's the bloodhound player? He's 100% a controller player.
It might be PvP actually.
No fucking way PvP can hit a wingman
He
shot,
just moves like a controller player.
Did you just get put down by PvP, RPR? Are you saying
no
that?
fucking way I got put down by PvPX. Oh fucking way. He was baiting his team so fucking hard, dude. No, that wasn't him. That was Cruisin. Cruisin is that a control player?
Cruisin the controller.
Yeah.
And the Valk too. This motherfucker every time he looted the death box.
No, Valk was PvP, bro.
No, the Valk is PvP.
Put my steering
No,
fan
he's
much.
not.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
Why is he standing still and looting?
He's fucking old. That's why.
Holy shit, multitasking impossible. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He's gonna write a Twitter post.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. C9 coach can't move and loot. He's been watching too much VODs from C9. Holy shit, dude.
That was fun. I ran R9 the entire game. It's fucking one-clipping people. Just started running SMGs more.
PvP. Wait.
Did you go to his chat?
Yeah, I said, why are you standing still and looting?
Alright, one sec.
Dude, I think my logs in PvP's chat are fucking cringe, dude. I remember I used to sit, like when C9 did tryout for Apex like a long time ago, I used to sit in his chat all the time and be like, yo, PvP, I heard C9 is doing tryout, do you have anything to do with that? And he was like, yeah, I have. And I was like, oh, okay. You can just always write to me if there's anything.
That's a tweet itself. Just your logs.
Oh my god, dude. He didn't reach chat yet. He didn't reach chat yet. This motherfucker.
Probably AFK.
No, AFK looting. IRL looting. Standing still. Holy shit, dude.
I don't give a fuck.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
さーっと気づく前にあの世へ送ってやるよ。
全てを見つけに行きましょう。
今日は勝てる。力強く戦おう。
I don't give a fuck.
今回のチャンピオンです。
ああ、自分を責めるんじゃない。
Well,
最強なんだ。ユートがいるからね。
Three big guys in there busting in my eyes. Alright, send me home. Send me home.
Send you home. Where the fuck's home for you?
Send me home.
あっちに敵がいる。 戦場はこの下だ。
God damn it, man.
We have one team. One team coming. Get a gun and push ahead this immediately.
Yep. Oh, he's already on it. They're already on it.
You be on me.
I suck so much.
Reload.
Hit him 50 flush. They give me.
Selling. Item 115.
シールドをリチャージしないと。
リロード中だ。
Okay, he's like.
He's on the door. Two. I have 2 bullets. He's on top. Scanning. You muted, Mandy? Blue.
I'm good. I'm not muted. I was farming.
He doesn't talk. It's no
Island package.
リロード中だ。
治療中だ。
Fuck it up.
I don't never fuck it up, man. I don't ever fuck it up, man.
Dude, that was fucking sexy. Body shot, headshot, body on the first guy, and then fucking headshot body on the other guy.
Pause.
Zodiac, what's up, promo? Ohio. I'm just playing spray guns for now, because I feel like playing them. So.
新しいキルリーダーに気をつけろ。
Can fold on? Oh, can.
What's up, promo? What you been up to?
ターボチャージャーだ。
Fucking tough.
I'll do that. What do you think about boosted loader?
I like it.
Pretty cool.
I think it's chill.
I miss Skull Piercer though. Skull Piercer just felt nice.
Wow, bro. We're grinding.
sounded crazy when you shot the spell piercer too. Oh my god, SC_Tashin opened Apex Legends, dude.
He's awake?
There's no way.
Are you guys supposed to play with him or what?
We're supposed to play around today. I don't know what plans he has. We'll see.
We were gonna play together, but then Tishin decided to sleep.
Yeah.
I got swims in an hour.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we don't do that.
He didn't do no fill for an hour, dude? Oh.
Make him no fill for an hour.
That would make him happy, yeah. He lost me no fill.
He's like, oh no, after no field? Oh my god.
Fucking bitch,
Crazy.
Stealing my shit, man. Cool. Got scammed so hard.
On top here, on top.
Need that
pushable?
No,
they're double zipping left, aren't they?
Alright,
They're zipping down.
trying.
They're memeing around. Now they're going. Is this a sendable angle?
14 purple on the last guy. That's so great. And Hackers is the part of this life.
They do be running. On the back building.
Are they in
On
there?
the back building. Yeah, on the back
That's
building.
perfect. I got ult.
Yeah, on that,
Almost cracked.
Knocked in. He dropped. Only too high.
Yeah, they're getting fucked inside.
Bubble on him.
No, what? Zero? What?
Yeah, they're in a building, of course it's zero. Bubble on them.
No, I had two fucking...
Don't you have bubble?
Yeah, but I can't throw it that far, motherfucker.
Just throw it in the open so you
Anything
get closer to the building. I'm above Phoenix.
I'm gonna nade it 2 times.
Fucking dead.
45 one guy. 45 another one.
Back to the inside.
Behind you on the other top.
Don't kill me. Fucking Maggie, you do math.
Man, you don't have to bubble on the building. Just make a way for us to get closer.
We get fucked on if we do that.
No, we don't. How?
Yeah, dude, I'll show you. Wait, we went 29 seconds. I will show you exactly how far I can throw my
bro. You throw it here, I can run into it. Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
and then,
one guy is here, 2 guys here. We just pick a side and we kill. Holy shit.
The end of the bubble is here. When you run over to here, they can shoot you on the side and from inside.
But we can get closer to the building and do something instead of sitting on a corner and die.
Yeah, that's why we wait 2 seconds for an opening. Boom.
Holy shit, I can't believe I'm explaining this.
No, dude, we die on the way over.
No, we don't.
Yeah, if they have somewhat of a brain, you die on the cross.
How are they gonna kill us when one guy is alone on the left and 2 guys cracked in the building? How?
They do a lot of fucking damage. Not damage.
How? If we were in a bubble.
Did you do damage on him?
Yes, I cracked Pathfinder twice.
Yeah, I can't throw it halfway. You get beamed on the cross. If they're
won't.
someone good at the game. No, I will. I die.
Yeah, but let me get close.
I die.
Bubble for me. Let me get close. If I call for it.
Yeah, I can fucking do that. But if I can't fucking do shit then.
You'll be fine, because I'll be opening a way for you. That's the whole point. If someone... But, man, you gotta get in the mentality. If I call for a bubble, just throw the fucking thing.
Yeah, I know. But fucking... I ain't pushing with you then. If
I don't
you
care.
Bubble, if I bubble you alone and you just go die, then that's your fault, dude.
I'm calling it for a fucking reason. Not to fucking call a bubble and then not get one.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
I can't believe I have to explain that shit, chat. Holy shit, man. What do I have to explain why I want a bubble? Why can't I get a bubble when I call for him? Holy fuck, it's annoying. People on me. Almost knocked blood on.
They're grappling on you, grappling on you.
Falcon is cracked.
Another team low ground, I think.
Maybe.
I had 180 on
people.
blood on.
Yeah, there's 2 teams. I scanned 4 people.
Yeah,
I'm swing left, though. Just swing left, swing left. They're just gonna step up if you fight the team on height.
Holy shit. I'm flying off the edge right here.
I thought you fell off the map.
No, I'm chilling.
I was safe on me.
Are you sure it's 6? The other team's doing nothing.
Yeah, they're low ground. They're like in the fucking tunnel.
Tunnel.
Yeah, but
Straight up just looking at us, dude.
Yeah, I almost cracked all 3 of them up there now.
there's a team literally on the ship right here in the water.
Yeah, I mean, I'm running away. I'm just poking for Eva.
We just wait for them to... If they do something silly, we can go.
Yeah, they're not gonna do anything.
We can just take the portal and go the other side of the map. Go like bottom face driver.
I have one syringe. I'm down.
I got medkit in 3. Here.
Let's do it, let's do it. I got syringe here. We're good. Let's go through them. Boom.
Yep.
I mean, we're not even gonna be in the zone, are we?
Oh.
It's on the edge.
Oh, no, what? It's not.
Yeah, it's
huh?
like step 1.
A little bit of a debate.
Oh, that's because the end of the portal there.
The right side of the portal is...
Oh, resting.
Take that. Free fight.
Take those.
Back. Do we go in storm? What? He's what?
They're up here on the crafting.
Does he know about us? Why is he trying?
Yeah, 100%. Oh, there's loot on me.
It's a crypto. It's a crypto. You know, he's getting drawn in there.
I'm not fucking doing this.
I mean, they're gonna tank a lot of the zone.
That's his loot, right? We rat them in the choke.
Yeah.
So they probably know about.
Yeah, true, never mind. Dude, did you notice, Haggis, that the crypto drone is silent all the time almost? That you can't hear it at all?
Yeah, every single time.
It's super loud when you deploy it, but when it actually flies, it's silent.
Yeah, they fucked up the flying audio, but they added the deploying audio. It's like, I don't know how many times now, we just got crypto ulted in ranked, completely for free. Not even like, we had no idea that it was even coming. We just chose 50 HP.
That's stupid, dude.
Give me a fucking turbo. Turbo! DT on the bath.
Scan from left building.
We might get sandwiched.
Oh fuck, full 3 on me! What?
Not good.
We might get 3 with
grappled on, man, they got grappled on.
You have a purple swapper, purple swap in the bin, purple swap in the bin. Vaping.
We can make it.
Marking it.
Take the one guy, more than another one.
Hold on that.
We gotta clean like this.
I only did 30 on that, on this Pathfinder. He finished me through the molotov.
There's another team.
Dude, I'm dying from behind, dude.
Yeah, it's 50 teams.
Dude, this fucking team is so retarded, dude. Who are you? Like,
why are they sending it? I don't know shit. Whatever, they're dead. You can probably grab this. I also have mob.
I'm being 8.
That's a different team.
Yep.
Nice.
We love Apex.
10k RP path and you're
Fuck
grappling on us.
off.
Coming.
I'm being tired of all these fucking serious.
Kill the Octane.
He's getting shot inside now.
He's still coming, dude. No way he keeps going.
Holy shit.
Now we're after banners.
Dude, I'm gonna bet $100 you get that 1 KP, and that's you.
10k, 10k.
Fuck
10k, 1 KP.
1 KP, 1 KP, okay?
Yep. 10k diamond 4.
Who would've
10k diamond 4. Holy shit. 1 KP, 2 diamond 4s and a 10k.
If I had a fucking turbocharger, I killed him.
It's like you can't make this shit up.
He had 70 damage.
Yeah.
And the other team that pushed, man, they were 10ks that just grapple in, I guess, fucking randomly.
Holy shit, dude. +1 though. I got +1 for that game.
My minus 8, baby. Let's go. What's up, Neon? Hi, then.
You excited for scrims, August?
I have no idea what you said. No, he sounds very excited.
He's so excited that he can't speak right now.
So excited.
今回のチャンピオンです。
出会ったら最後、一瞬で沈めてやる。
私の姿はわかるでしょう。見つけてみなさい。
準備はいいんだろうな。
August needs to come back, dude. That's what he needs to.
I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, there's motherfuckers everywhere.
Oh, it's 3 teams.
Oh, they're letting
Two
close.
on the far side, go on the far side if you can.
Yeah, I fucking figured out. I might be dead here.
I straight up just got a death slide, I'm not joking.
How are you alive?
I straight up just got a death slide, it's crazy.
There's on the left side, can you get there? It's a lot of loot.
Yeah.
Go on me as well.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna finish me.
What's up, PK? They're fighting now. You get through, but it's easy. Scanning. Logan here.
I pretty much only
Bang
have
dead.
50.
Oh my god, Shivam Patel frames per second.
Audio. I'm on the stairs.
I wanna scan this. I wanna loot this. I need to swap this fucker.
They're here.
Nading him.
He's got a fucking Sandy. I'm gonna swap as well. It's swapped already.
It's different Tibet. Tibet's free real estate.
What about me? Yeah, pushing the banner.
Yeah, they're getting above. They're not go for rest, these guys.
No, they didn't get banner yet.
He's right above me. He's fighting.
Yeah, he's looking again. Stay inside.
Recover.
100.
Push it. One shot. Got him now. 40.
Holy shit, he's so alive. He's one.
Oh my god.
All about poop on.
Damn, they might have to take some more PP pills. Oh my god! That was good, that was good. Holy shit,
15,000 people in your chat just molding it.
Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. Should have taken some more of those. Ah. I did zero damage, but I still won, dude.
You won the argument though.
Dude, I was running back from the toilet. I was like, no!
Amanda did 0 damage, but he won the argument, so still winning then.
I won everything.
But yeah, I am definitely looking forward to scrims. I'm just praying that we'll have more than 13 squad zone 2 in zone point. That people think that they're edge gods in zone point for some reason.
Dude, this is so fucking stupid. When the tournament comes, they'll be just fucking dead.
Yeah, I mean, the people are gonna try to play edge in the tournament, and then they're gonna run into their first fight, poop their pants, and run away.
Yeah, and then the teams that are, you know, playing how it's supposed to be played are gonna be in zone getting free juice. Yeah. Because you can't edge storm point,
I
bro.
can't do this shit. I can't do it on plane.
How can you not do it?
on plane. Hyping.
Just use eyes. I don't know. I think edging overall is I mean, it's a good strat if you're playing online, but like when you get to LAN, it's just like wasted practice.
Yeah, I mean,
you can get good shit on. When the regions mix, the meta will not be edge. It will be zone.
Mark DB.
How'd you fucking
30
know?
blue on the horizon.
No way he dodged that.
The biggest problem for me is not the people playing that. The dog shit team.
That's a different team.
No,
they're fighting.
this is not good.
There's a duo and then a full team inside. 61 blue. 61 blue on one.
I can try and kill them.
Oh, one shot, two of them, I'm pushing it. They're all one shot, just fucking kill them.
There's two on top of you.
Not bad.
Can't do anything. I'm fucking
I don't want that.
I just fuck this team, I want to call them. Time roof on sec.
Fuck, dude! They have triple take and everything, dude. There's a new team again.
You open me. Stop. What the noise? Full team? Yeah, it's full team. That's lit.
You good? I'm good.
I'm good.
How the fuck am I good?
I have no bats though. You have bats?
One.
Hey, I'm good too, boys.
Yeah, I'm bored.
Do you have TP for him?
Yeah, I just need 10 seconds on my Q. I think I'll go from the bushes here.
They're fighting,
It's free. Yeah.
It's free? Do I even need to port? No port?
No need to port.
I have Phoenix as well for you.
Look, I have a crazy spot right here. I'm on the
holding
rock.
off angle. I'm holding off angle there.
Okay.
I'm the way in the rock John zone.
If they run in the open, fire them.
Okay, I died.
If they push, I shoot them.
They're nading, I'm detonate.
They're shooting you.
Nice, sick. I should have told you. Fucking hell, man! Why are they not fighting each other? I thought he was gonna miss the fucking nade at least, bro.
By looking at us.
Kill that fucking dude. Fucking bot.
They're running.
There's a team on hide, by the way, so...
I have no heals. It's fucking lit.
Go lose my body, I have Phoenix.
Go rest me.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, that just now that alive. How many nades is this? I hope they die for this.
I should have team for fucking high. If I had any meds, bro, a bat, a phoenix, anything.
K, 1 KP, 10k,
10k hard start. They're all 10k hard stack. I win that so easy.
10k on KP, bro.
It's the crazy thing about the highest ranked players and the good players have a huge skill gap.
Yeah. Because they get boosted to their fucking shit.
That's insane. It is insane.
Peace out. Peace out, creator. Thanks for watching. Thanks, mama. My left eye is just twitching. Again, I hate it. Yeah, Axel. That's how it is. Rank system in this game sucks. Sucks so much dick.
Back, baby.
We got one team, two team. One team, two team. One team fucking off, I think. They're going to funnel some balls. The fuck? Disappeared from my eyes.
Oh, I got RE and L-Star-E. You go middle?
Oh. Push this. Punish him. One is low ground. There are only two up top.
Yeah, but one's on RPR. I'm going.
30 white.
Cracked. Both are almost cracked. The armor's up white.
I'll go on.
That guy's low ground somewhere.
You just got controller.
You guys have to be solo queue.
This guy just got mouse and keyboard. Yeah.
You got fucking tracked on mouse and keyboard.
You got mouse and keyboard. Yeah. I used my entire arm and my mouse pad. And I tap trade on my side.
And my mouse got wire.
Wired mouse? That's game.
no, wait. Oh no, you got controller.
You got mouse and keyboard again. Just like your teammate did. Kejira. Yeah. I like them apples, huh?
Yeah, get shit on.
Oh my god. Fucking mouse and keyboard. Oh.
進化シールドを発見。レベル2だ。
ちょっと回復するぜ。
Dude, I have no idea. I don't know how to. I don't know how to go to school the day after I had that name. I don't understand, man.
Surely they get bullied, right?
Maybe there are other bullies too. Maybe the IRL people get controllered too. You know?
Yeah. Isn't that like a fucking frat boy video or something where they just go, yeah, you got fucking put in the toilet.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god. That's such an NA way of bullying people, dude. Yeah, what are you doing, Timmy? You're walking home? Oh, little beanie weenie money me, huh? Oh my god. Oh, dude, I fucking got him there, bro. Haha, yeah. That's such a way of
Good one, Chad.
Yeah, dude. Oh, good one, Brad. Oh, dude.
Is there fucking European way of bullying people?
What?
European way of bullying people? Because you said that's an NA, so I was wondering.
Beating the shit out of them.
There is an NA way of bullying people, dude.
Yeah, but how,
and EU way fucking straight up just fucking...
Yeah, just beat the shit out of them.
Put you in a wheelchair or some shit, I don't know. We got some crazy bullies in Denmark at least.
That's not bullying, that's fucking crime.
Yeah, but that's bullying though.
Basically it.
That's straight up bullying in EU.
Yeah, EU way of bullying is a straight up crime.
Yeah. Good one, Chad. Holy fuck, dude. You see him? He almost started fucking crying and pissing himself, dude. So funny, huh? Wait, is Stacy coming to the party later? Dude, I'm gonna get fucking drunk. Ah, cowabunga, dude. That's what I feel like they talk to each other, dude. That's just the way of talking there. It's crazy.
Stacy's mom's coming though.
Oh, she is? Damn.
Where's my purple ball? Who yoinked it?
I have gray ones. Can't be me.
No fucking way. Hakis.
Dude, I took it in front of your eyes and said thank you, and you didn't notice.
I was listening to him rambling about Stacy's fucking mom, dude.
It's crazy. Isn't it weird how everyone in EU thinks the same of NA?
Kura.
It's such... Dude, it's so weird.
Yeah, because it's true. And real. True and real. I mean, the reason we think of them nowadays is because the most famous movies on the planet are fucking American movies. They fucking present that shit to us, man.
Crazy.
I love that, but also, like, can be ours.
You get more about it. What do NA people have stereotypes about EU though?
Teeth.
I don't know,
Usually it's always teeth.
thing.
Yeah, EU teeth, true.
It doesn't make sense to me because any
Doesn't make
effect
sense at all.
Yeah, they literally have the worst teeth though. Dude, they have the worst healthcare system in the universe, dude.
Yeah.
It's insane.
They make fun of our healthcare.
I pay $7 a fucking month to get like free dental care.
Yeah,
basically.
They pay $7 a month for a cheeseburger, fries, Sour Patch Kids, dude.
Dude, NA is a joke, but also not. I don't know. It's kind of like a in between. Like, it's probably nice living there, but it's also kind of a joke. You know.
Oh, here! I saw one.
Holy shit, I'm far away from you guys.
54?
Oh, white armor? No.
Purple.
33 blue. And, two of them. GB, I'm popping home.
I was autopilot, dude. I'm really far.
Alright, RPR's far.
9.
I'm waiting for scan, climbing. Almost cracked 2.
Dude, Pathfinder cheating, by the way.
Starting.
Easy.
Hold on. I'm about to try headshot him though. 140.
The fact that I still believe you when you say someone's cheating.
Yeah, I don't know.
残り部隊は半分。
Box inside.
They're scanning him?
Yeah, scanning now. GB on my door, 2 on my door.
88! 100! Oh, he's so low, path!
Now I'm hitting you.
They're pushing you, I think.
Oh no! Yes! 100! Sags!
My door, Pathfinder. I'm scanning for you guys. Pathfinder's on my door here.
If you kick that shit, I'm here. Kick it!
He opened. What the fuck?
No rig! 88 on him! Here!
I need to heal. All you right now, bro.
And coming!
He's so low! On my door.
I'm medkitting and scanning.
I'm just sending it. How does he open the door I'm sitting on? What is going on? That's the second time it happened.
Stay behind me if you need to.
Baiting us.
How? I did 11 and 16.
I'm holding right.
Shit.
Oh no! Oh, how did we lose that? I should have them.
We should have just healed, man. I know what to do.
I don't understand how he opened the door inwards. That makes no sense whatsoever. Like I was sitting on the door and then the Pathfinder opens the door towards him. Like what?
He's probably looking out. He's probably looking backwards or whatever and then press E.
So annoying.
I don't know. We just have a full kill and we'll regroup and we're fine.
I was just about to kick 2, so I just punched there.
I farmed him, dude. 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 Fuck, if I didn't no-rake him, it would have been free. We would have won that. I no-raked the path.
I did 11
Full
and
88
16.
shot.
While he's running away, I'm doing 11 and 60 and with PK like in his ass. Like, where are the bullets going? Fucking
win because high ping, dude. Unlucky. I thought high ping was an advantage.
Oh man, started 5 p.m.
It is. It is 5 p.m.
I think I'm gonna call it at 6.
Alright. Was it minus 17?
I'm not feeling a long one today. Friday is Among Us call up chat. Friday is Among Us. 25th. Can't remember that. Okay. Friday is Among Us. Bye bye Kumo. Thanks for watching. Good night. The Among Us stream is gonna be big.
全てを見つけに行きましょう。
さあ、一仕事するか。
古き道も新しき道も、私は双方を用いて我らを導く。
今回のチャンピオンです。
ここに着手しよう。
It's like 5 a.m. JST hours.
You don't like it?
It aids to fight them.
It's free to fight them.
Oasis? If it's one team, it's pretty free. If it's more than one, then it's fucking AIDS. Those are my opinions.
Anyone here? Yeah, full stream on Hackers.
Oh, what the fuck? Hello. Don't punch me, please. I'm running. I'm Barbie Daddy though.
I got purple and alternators, so I'm funny.
They don't have guns. They're fucking out. They're peeling.
Great, almost cracked.
I'm ready to turn. I like the purple.
That's an Octane Rider. He's cracked.
I'm pushing over him. Or not.
I'm pushing over.
Guy close range is low. No, what? 90 flash? Dude, I'm pissed.
Oh, I didn't hit him.
Fuck, dude.
Dude, I even turned. I didn't see anyone landing on that.
Again, fucking 70 flash on path. Ah, fuck, dude. Pump 2 cells.
I'm on the roof.
Dude, he's standing on balcony looking. There.
I can push balcony. Down the door.
I have 3 arcs out.
What just happened to my HP?
They're pushing Yakis.
On me.
100 on bottom.
Above me, pass on him.
Cracked him. Jesus Christ.
Dude, path on literally one. Literally one.
I'm blocking literally.
One inside.
Wow, how, dude?
And he's what? He's pushing me. There's no audio.
Just didn't play behind your shield here.
They're so bad.
No, dude!
Oh, shit, man.
Fuck, why does he have a fucking mastiff? He's so lucky to get any other weapon and I win. Any other weapon and I win, dude.
How low was he? He was like 40 health. Fuck, you know. That Pathfinder just dropped and died.
Fuck, dude.
That was fun. I hit for 130 damage before the door even blew up. Door got arced and I was like ready to peek and then I got hit for 130 before the door even blows up. Just
It's
Asian players.
literally just better than you. Literally
Yeah,
better.
Just a 500 ping difference. So good.
Okay. We have a 500 ping difference with them too. No? I'm being too like.
古き道も新しき道も私は双方を用いて我らを導く
正しい戦略を取れば勝利をつかめる。
俺と一緒だブラザー。
今回のチャンピオンを紹介します。
ここに着地するのがいいと思う。戦闘準備を。
One team.
ここに敵が。
This shit landed in my ass.
Yeah, man is AFK.
How are you really about? One HP in the roof.
ファーストキル。敵のシールドを割った。ダウンしたら生きている。
In what world?
How's that even a thing? When did we land? We just landed, right?
2v2, bro.
Wait, 2v2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I killed one.
Go on to me.
I did 130 damage to Raid, but he probably healed now.
One's on my side, blood on. Yeah. Blood on.
He's getting mad at him.
Who just landed on me?
It's a new team.
Blood on the stairs, I'm ripping down.
You can definitely get me there up top.
He's looking.
Doing a push right now. You get him?
Yep. And I think I got that guy
Back door
close as
carrier
well.
or something. You probably rest me carrier, unless he's right here.
Fucking plug it right here.
Wait, one shot.
Oh, dude!
They traded, I think. Or they don't knock
Plug
me.
it, plug it, plug it. Okay, I'll plug it.
I'm holding the fort down.
In front of me.
I need a movement. Why are you tap waving?
White armor Ash.
There's another team coming from Lee Sin. Another team coming
Yeah.
from third team.
I figured out where the new team is. I'm finishing. I need you to watch me over. Which one, man?
Yeah. Let me down, the guy downstairs.
Slipping up here. I'm running with carrier.
I'm coming.
I don't have anything.
I get you. Oh, that was fucking hacking epic, dude.
Help!
They're full sending, literally full sending.
I didn't have a gun, so it's all you guys.
How is he still sending after me, man? Holy shit. Where's the other team?
I'll take it for 99.
Where's the fucking other team?
69 IQ.
Yeah, come over here, you crypto fucking piece of shit, dog. Oh, you're so fucking good, dude. He's fucking god, bro. Most boring team on the planet.
And he's getting in his drone to find me.
Yeah.
That's the other team.
Yeah. Fourth team is over there. You saw them inside hangar?
Yeah.
I'm not joking. Go inside and fucking roll the crypto. Maybe I just shoot out of paint.
Fucking kidding me. I get insta-one clipped.
Straight up better than you, right there.
And now they're dead. And now they're dead. Oh my god. Dude, everyone's playing NA.
Dude,
you that bad?
Dude, I've never understood why they would call themselves 69 IQ. Why not choose a higher number, you know?
What do you mean, 69?
Yeah, can you even open a door if you have 69 IQ?
俺はな、神頼みで強くなったんじゃない。努力したんだ。
今回のチャンピオンです。
You can use Twitch without that issue if you have 69 IQ. That's pretty much every fucking viewer, man. Every Apex frog.
The frogs are crazy.
Sometimes I wonder how do frogs even operate a keyboard, bro.
2 teams right side. 2 teams right side. Go left me.
I'm running all the way back. Two of them landed on me. Please give me a fucking gun.
Half under a new crack, man.
Blue armor down here. Remember?
I'm lagging like crazy.
Oh, dude, another team is looking at me. Why, dude? Why is it please?
One tap the other guy.
Oh!
Half under crack.
There's the one on you.
Dude, this guy's so bad, shoot him, no!
Wait, 60.
Predicament, baby. Look how deep around the corner I died. Come on, man. Yes, DPI deleted it and keep it deleted.
I don't understand, where's the other team?
Last guy right here. Valkyrie.
Win that alliance, Hackers.
There's also a solo pathfinder looking to grief somewhere.
Shot around the corner.
He wants to raise them. You can trade raises. No. You got 15 seconds on him. And you can probably stick around this corner.
注意環境をマーク中おとなしくしろ助ける
He's butt up.
Holy shit.
Is he racing?
He's racing, he's racing.
I'm popping whole Phoenix.
リングまで攻撃されている
Oh, he's one shot bottom.
Oh, wow.
I don't have any ammo.
Hey. What do you guys
crack.
Hey, what do you guys plug me?
You can buy. I need loot ammo here. I have no ammo. You got nothing either.
少しシールドをリチャージする
Who the fuck is this? It's a new team!
Oh, it's a new team. Never mind. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, I'm fucking Audi.
What the fuck is that, man?
Another team in front of me. Run left, run left.
I left side, bro. Yeah.
私に眼力を恵みたまえ
Ah, we
シ
did.
ールドをリチャージ中
I love Apex. And I'm fucking dying. Why are they chasing us? They're just chasing us for no reason. Like what?
Alright, Alt 4, I'm done. I'm not
Like,
playing
bro.
more Apex.
And now they're dead as well.
I'm good.
Fall off the map.
Happens, dude.
Welcome back, go to.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, today
Holy shit.
I am not playing Apex. That's all I
Like,
know.
these are brain dead fucking monkeys. 10k hearts like dog shit players.
Alright. Peace out, guys. Thanks for
Like,
playing.
look at them.
Yeah.
And it's fucking
GG's.
Mando them coming through.
Alright, chat, I'm off. Fuck this game, dude. Fuck this game. I'll be back tomorrow. We got a couple more days of Apex and then it's just tournaments, guys, and then we're back to collabs. Peace out. Thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow. Peace. Bye bye.